invite Councillor Fitzgerald, if you'd like to make the statement of ethical obligations.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors are reminded that they will undertake the duties of the office of councillor in the best interests of the people of Hilltops local government area and the Hilltops Council, and that they will faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act 1993 or any other act to the best of their ability and judgment as per their oath or affirmation of office made under Section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have apologies and applications for leave. Right. The recommendations there, Councillor Mackay is on leave. It was submitted requesting leave of absence from this meeting, the 23rd of August. We also have application for digital attendance from Councillor Flannery and also from Councillor Stadmiller. Councillor Stadmiller could possibly be a bit late for this meeting this evening. Do I have a mover?
I move that.
Thank you, Councillor, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Piper. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Next, sympathy of expressions. And I ask that staff and members of the public or councillors be upstanding for a minute's silence to express our sympathy at the passing of Chloe Daly, Raymond Smith, Keith Barton, Catherine Crawford, Patricia Frost, Janet Foreman, Gwendolyn Williams, Herbert Brown, Rosalind Roberts, Faye Gruber, Maureen O'Leary, Keith Hardy, Brian Evans and Glenn Anderson. Thank you, councillors. Move on to confirmation of minutes of Hilltops ordinary meeting, July 2023. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and the seconder, Councillor Piper. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to 23-191. Confirmation minutes, Hilltops Council Extraordinary Meeting on the 15th of August. And recommendation to confirm the minutes from the meeting as a true and accurate record. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and a seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Next, we have Councillor. Before that, do we have any disclosures of interest? No, there's not a mayoral minute. The mayoral report is there. I'd just like to add that this Monday on the 21st, I was actually on the selection panel for a general manager for the CRJO. I didn't realise, I didn't know the date until after this paper went out, but otherwise it stands. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Seconder, Councillor Foreman. Those in favour? Thank you, unanimous. We'll move on to councillor reports.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Flannery, do you have your camera on? We just can't see you at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just need to see you for the votes. Thank you.
All right. Councillor meeting is attended. I'll go from those on the page first of all, and then I'll invite the other councillors. Councillor Armstrong.
Meetings is minuted and as reported, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dodd.
Nothing else to add, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foreman?
Nothing else to report, thank you.
Councillor Piper?
Nothing else.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yes, well done. But essentially 3 meetings. I attended the DCP meeting on the 3rd of the 9th, the meeting's constituent on the 9th, and attended the special meeting on the 5th.
You do mean the 8th, don't you, Councillor?
Sorry?
You do mean the 8th of the 9th instead of the 8th? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
I'm not switching my microphone on. I'll learn in future.
Thank you. And Councillor Flannery?
Thank you. Meetings as minuted. Number of constituent phone calls, numerous constituent phone calls, texts and emails, and Gaylong Progress Association.
Thank you. And I don't think Councillor Stadmiller is online yet. Is that right?
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a mover?
Well, I thought it would happen. But I never liked me.
Oh, pardon me. Pardon me.
Oh, my pardon, you actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
You get that there.
My abject apologies, Councillor Ingram. We'll give them.
Do we have a mover?
Do we have a mover? Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Foreman, those in favour?
Unanimous.
Against?
No, against. Madam Mayor,
Okay, we'll move.
before we go to the community recognition scheme, there was a late report. Councillors will need to consider whether or not they accept the late report before that late report is considered later in the meeting, should councillors accept that late report.
Right, so...
I'll move that it be accepted.
Thank you, Councillor
thank you,
Flannery.
Councillor Flannery.
Seconder?
Councillor Foreman, those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you, councillors. Righto, we'll get back. Community recognition scheme. Do we have anybody this evening?
No.
All right. We'll move on to 12.1, 23.194, and these the executive meetings attended. Do I have a mover? Councillor Foreman, do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Those in favour? Against? Councillor Flannery, were you for?
I was for.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Armstrong.
We'll move on to
12.2.
12.2, 23.195.
You just scroll down.
Which is the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. The recommendation is there. Do you want to make any remarks?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's the usual Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. The precedent has been the Mayor plus one councillor attends plus the General Manager. So it's up to the councillors here tonight to nominate a second councillor to attend the conference.
Thank you, Mr. GM. Is there any councillor who would like to put up their hand to be nominated to attend? These are quite interesting conferences. I think, Councillor Fitzgerald, you went to one, didn't you, last year? And I'd encourage all councillors to attend at least one in their term.
I did one when I first in February. Does anybody else want to attend? I mean, I'm certainly happy to.
All right, Councillor Foreman, we'll put you.
Or I'd be happy to go.
That's it.
Or Councillor Dodd.
No, I was just going to comment, do you need a +1 in case the Mayor isn't the Mayor at that time of the year?
We could possibly, Councillor Ingram, but no doubt we can change it as conditions apply.
we will be able to
Yes, I'm sure we can.
move those positions around, Councillor. So,
So, Councillor Dodd,
Do you, Madam, have you been to one as yet, Mary? Well, I have. So, Mary, if you're happy to go on, happy to. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
all right, Councillor Dodd. All those in favour of Councillor Dodd? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
sorry,
well-
Madam Mayor, did we have a mover and seconder on that motion?
Oh, we didn't. All right, my apologies. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman and Councillor Piper. Thank you. Those in favour? Was unanimous. Thank you.
Before we vote on it, do we have a time frame that we're going to submit any notices of motion? There's two parts. There's two parts to the motion.
Yeah. Oh, yes. We have up till October.
The October 15th.
15th of October. Sunday, 15th of October, to submit any motions to be considered at the annual conference.
So, Council, I believe the intent we've moved and seconded took the recommendation A, but B is unvoted upon and untalked about at this point in time. So,
well, when there's multiple parts to a motion, there's only one recommendation for a motion. But anyway, I'll move that the New South Wales Local Government Association have the preamble removed as a compulsory part of council meetings regarding a statement of ethical obligations. If someone would like to second that.
Happy to second it.
I'll talk to it briefly. I think if you stand as a councillor, you have an ethical obligation, and if you need to be reminded of every time you come to a meeting, you shouldn't be in the public domain. And I regard it as offensive, in fact, highly offensive, that someone's going to read out to me what my obligations are. I conduct myself ethically every day, and I should hope everyone else does to the best of my ability. And I think it's absolutely offensive that we are forced like automatons to be reminded of what our obligations are.
Thank you. We're just waiting for it to come up. Okay, so we have actually voted on the first part. We've determined the delegates, and this is now the second part. All right. And the second one is that the Local Government New South Wales have a statement of ethical obligations removed from the preamble of a council meeting agenda. Is that?
Yep. So the motion would be to put forward that motion from Hilltops to be debated at the Local Government New South Wales 2023 annual conference.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery.
Okay, and we have a mover.
So we have a mover and a second. Just to everyone's notice, that's one motion that we could talk about tonight. But given it's the 15th of October, I'm happy to take any questions between now and the September and October meeting. The September meeting to meet that 15th of October motion, where we can bring those motions back to be debated by council to add to those. You can continue to add your motions throughout the process.
Just a question, could additional motions for the annual conference be added as an agenda item to the next month's meeting?
Yes.
So that can generally ask.
Yes.
Can I suggest, Madam Mayor, they should be notices of motion then?
No, there can be
Yes,
motion.
yes. That's fine. Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. All right, let's put that to vote. Those in favour of consideration to put forward a motion that the LGN New South Wales have a statement of ethical obligations removed from the preamble of a council meeting agenda. Those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper and Councillor Flannery. Those against?
Those against?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Dodd and Councillor Hewson.
Okay, thank you. The motion is lost.
Moving on.
Righto, we'll move on to...
Just on that note, before we move on from that
Councillor
particular
Ingram.
point, in regards to the reading of the matter, does Madam Mayor ever intend to go around the council, or is it just for the special circle that gets to the opportunity to make them statements? I know myself and a number of other councillors haven't been blessed with the opportunity.
Councillor Ingram, in the email I sent before, and initially it was sent out to all councillors saying that if you wish to take part, then let me know and I would include you. So I'm more than happy, Councillor Ingram.
In the email you sent this week, you mean?
Yes.
We've been a council for nearly 2 years now.
No, I have sent it before as well. I have. And at any time, certainly. I would be delighted to see all councillors included.
I've got no intention of ever stating it because I believe I don't need to be reminded. I feel sorry for the people that voted.
Oh, well thank you, Councillor Flannery.
I feel very sorry for you.
Let's move on. We're moving on. Thank you. To
12.3.
23.
12.3.
No wonder we need a community consultation committee. Have to tell people how to think.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Draft legislative compliance policy. The recommendation is there that the policy be placed on public exhibition for a period of 28 days, submissions for a period of 42 days, and if no submissions are received, adopt the Hilltops Council legislative compliance policy.
Question?
Councillor
Do we have a mover and a second at the end?
no, we don't, but we will now.
I'll move it with a question.
Thank you. And Councillor Armstrong's moved and a seconder.
Councillor Dodd.
Councillor
Dodd.
Yes, Councillor Armstrong, your question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you to the GM. Can the GM point out the differences between the current policy and this draft policy, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll pass to the Chief Financial Officer who drafted the report.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just get that back up. So, Councillor Armstrong, that would be a fairly large task. There's been a lot of updates from Office of Local Government, ICAC, and the Ombudsman in relation to legislative changes, but I'd have to get a separate document together in order to be able to compare the difference between the previous policy and the existing policy and the changes. We're about to receive a lot of changes in relation to the ICAC Act, the Ombudsman Act, the Privacy Act. I was at a webinar, and so was Deidre a couple of weeks ago, and there are a lot of changes that are actually coming through from the Privacy Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, and so on. It would be a task and a half, but if you require it, I could do it. And I'll have to think about how we put that together, whether it's a track change or we'd try and put a commentary against the document.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. I think that what all councillors are really looking for is a general theme of areas of change rather than specific line items. I do note that it's fairly difficult to identify any significant changes from the report that's provided because there's no such changes highlighted. So I think it would be appropriate, given the circumstances, that Madam Mayor, if I'd like to move an amendment then, that the matter be deferred for a month until such times as those changes or a further report be provided to council highlighting the major changes.
I'll second that.
Before we need to do that, potentially, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Dodd, are you happy to defer a month for that information to be provided? Yep. So now becomes the motion now becomes the the matter be deferred for a comprehensive, for a comparison document to be included as part of the report.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
But not a line by line item, just
No.
just a general. So when you say comprehensive, that's
I think
just the areas that it's.
I think that rather than a line by line item, which would invariably bog down, I think that this needs to be area. It needs to be based on areas of change rather than individual items of change. If there's a lot of them, then clearly councillors need to be across that, rather than blissfully ignorant of those changes.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. We'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Oh.
I can't vote then, Madam Mayor. I've just come in. I've missed what item we're on and just heard the last bit of what Councillor Armstrong said. So
we're item 12.3, Councillor Stadmiller. It's just been voted upon the draft legislative compliance policy, and we'll be moving in short shrift to 12.4, 23/197, the draft access to information policy.
Okay, so was the draft legislative compliance policy as per the business paper?
It was, but there was a motion put forward to defer it so that a comparative explanatory document be provided, to note the changes between the existing and the proposed. So it's deferred to next month, and that's been voted upon.
Okay, thanks. And it's unanimous anyway, so I'll vote that way as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. All right, we'll move on to 23/197. The draft access to information policy. Councillor Flannery. Okay, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Any discussion? If not,
yes,
Same issue.
it's very important that the general public be given access to information. And again this week, since the last meeting, I've had numerous complaints, and I mean numerous complaints about lack of response to emails, phone calls, so on and so forth. So I guess it's hard to know whether it feeds into the customer service policy or the draft access for information policy, but to the extent customer service is service to information, I would hope that we can provide access to the information that people seek when they put in a request. On top of that, I note that the majority of the councillors, in fact, all other than Councillor Stadmiller, councillors that have voted against the reference committee and against the how to think motion that I moved earlier, all don't have their phone numbers on the council website. I honestly say shame on you. If you haven't got the gall to put your private mobile number up there, you shouldn't.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery.
No, I'm sorry.
No, Councillor Flannery.
Absolutely.
If you have a code of conduct and a code of meeting conduct,
Put your phone numbers.
When the mayor is talking, everybody else needs to be silent.
Give access to the community. Give access to the community. Give access to the community.
No, that's not what I'm saying. We are here to conduct in public a civil meeting, and that means following the rules. And as far as making derogatory comments about other councillors,
as long as you live by the rules,
that is not part of it.
As long as you live by the rules.
Point of order, Councillor Flannery. You're talking over Madam Mayor, and she's trying to explain. You've had your say.
I don't need the rules explained to me.
Thank you, everybody. Let's move on. Let's keep it civil and back in order. All right. Councillor Armstrong, you want to make a comment?
If the CFO could advise whether there are major changes between the current policy and the draft policy, please. And also, I did ask for a copy of the current agency information guide at a councillor briefing. Still haven't received that. Can I get a copy of that, please?
Sorry, Councillor Armstrong, was that the last question? Sorry.
the agency information guide for the current policy. I asked for a copy of that at the councillor briefing. Still haven't received it. I said it was quite okay to email it. I'm happy to receive it.
Right. Okay. No.
Thank you.
Yeah, it slipped through the cracks. Okay. I'll make sure you get a copy. Well, I'll circulate that to all councillors actually.
So, Mr. Smith, can you answer the councillor's first question about any major changes between the existing policy and the second and this proposed policy for public exhibition?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Look, most of the changes have been basically a restatement of obligations under issues such as the GIPA Act, the public interest test, etc. It's just a reinforcement of the existing legislation. So, and ICAC, the Ombudsman, etc., there's a linkage between these relationships now. And so this is just a reinforcement by the government in relation to these various areas.
Councillor Armstrong, are you happy with that?
So issues like review by information of the Information Commissioner.
Happy with that response.
Yeah, these policies, are in place. What's happening in some webinars and a lot of information coming out from the various bodies is that they're reinforcing our obligations in relation to provision of information, data, etc. But at the same time, acknowledging where we need to be cautious in the GIPA Act of information, where if there's issues around open access, where we are not required or shouldn't provide confidential type information. So this is just a reinstatement of the current situation, but they're reinforcing the fact that we need to make sure that we comply with all these obligations.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stadmiller, your hand is up.
Yeah, just a quick one, Madam Mayor. I think I noticed that my phone number was actually down as a 1300 number, and I don't have a problem putting my mobile there. So if I could get that changed, I think the general manager's got that mobile there. I did.
Certainly, Councillor Stadmiller, we can do that.
Yeah, I did previously receive phone calls from one particular gentleman before 5:30, several times a week in the morning and after 11 o'clock at night. But that comes with part of the job, I suppose. So, yeah, look, if it's not updated and back on there, I'm happy to have that back on there. I think the correct email address was there. I noticed recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Let's get back to this draft access to information policy. We have a mover and a seconder.
Could I? Sorry,
yes.
Madam Mayor, my email is incorrect on this document. I just thought I would just, and I'm also happy to have my mobile number now. I feel like it's a bit of time in, a year and a half in, and a lot of people do, as you know, come and contact me. However, I'm happy for it to now go on there also.
Thank you.
Councillor Foreman.
Righto, let's get on to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Next one, 23198, cash and investment report. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and a seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald. Any queries, questions? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I just noticed that the total under the cash and investments as at 31 July 2023 is approximately 3 million less than it was last month. And I was just wondering, just as an explanation to the layperson that's sitting here.
That would have been Councillor Fitzgerald, is it? Yeah, that would have been because we were required to pull money back if we needed money in emergency, which is why we have 24-hour call or bank and cash managed fund versus funds sitting in our longer maturity dates. So if we needed that for payment of any obligations under grants or otherwise, we just move that money around accordingly.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, I will put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to 23199, outstanding rates and charges and sundry debtors report. The recommendation is there. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Piper. All right. Any queries? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, just on the rates and charges and the debtors outstanding, significantly high, and I mean significantly higher than last year. Is that because the rates notices have been sent out and suddenly we're all debtors until we pay it? Or is there some other explanation? Because suddenly it's $30 million when it was something significantly less than that at this time last month.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Once the rates are raised, they obviously go into the ledger, and then obviously there's a number of people that pay by instalments. So 31st of August will be the first instalment payment, and so as we go through the year in relation to general rates, you'll see that balance move. I might also point out that I have mentioned in the past about debt collection action. On page, I can provide an update on that. On page 82, I mentioned that there in the sentence before that chart where we've been focusing on our grants, that we've collected 13,000. In fact, that figure, due to the follow-up action, that has now increased to 33,000. I have two people around $10,000 paying by instalments. I've given them approval to pay by instalments, even though they've been outstanding debts. I'm also following up another 30,000 with a number of three actual large amounts as well. And I'm about to now issue, after the rate date of the 31st of August, I'm about to issue another series of follow-up notices to the individuals that have not responded, and basically that will be to highlight further debt collection action, which will be a bit more significant, and the fact that they may find themselves with a statement of claim in the local court. So I think I've mentioned before that I think that there's been, and in fact this letter was a bit more targeted than the previous letter that went out 12 months ago, and so there'd been a lack of action on our part. But now that is going to be a continuing monthly process where I then look at debts over 12 months, 9 months, etc. So, and we're about to also focus on some outstanding rate debtors, and I'll probably be bringing to council shortly another list of sale of land. They won't be big parcels, but they're lands that also have outstanding debts on them going back several years.
Thank you.
Sorry, I hope that helps.
Yes, Councillor Flannery, then Councillor Armstrong.
It's good news that we've had some money paid, although I might point out that if you look at 4 months and greater, there's $3 million there. 6% interest, we're losing $16,000 a month. So collecting $33,000, we're only struggling to recoup our interest. That's if you collect more than $16,000 a month, we are treading water. So we need to make, I appreciate the director's comments, but we need to make urgent action into these debts.
Thank you, Councillor
Flannery. Yes, correct. That's exactly my approach. And as I say, we've collected 33. There's another 4,000 came in today. I'm chasing up two debtors with amounts of $30,000 who have are trying to argue the toss in relation to responsibility, and the balance of those other debts that were given letters of demand are being followed up in the next fortnight, and this process will continue. And I expect it'll probably take about 8 months because there's so many. I'll have to do that in stages, but we've certainly collected more than the amount that you're referring to in this first 3 weeks. And I anticipate that amount will continue as we go through this process on a monthly basis. And I expect it'll probably take about 8 months. And I'm aware, I think I've reported before, that I'm concerned that there's figures up around 3.5 million over 3 months outstanding in total across all categories. And so there's quite a big focus from now on. And I think my impression, I think I said that in another document, is that as a result, people have actually not worried about responding because we haven't been diligent enough in actually following those debts up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you to the CFO. Mr. CFO, I note that about 40% of our sundry debtors outstanding are outstanding 1 to grade 5 years or greater. I'm just wondering whether those particularly recalcitrant debtors are being chased more significantly than perhaps the 4-month debtors, given that that's the largest percentage of those debts outstanding. Can you just give us a bit of an update and perhaps numbers on how many debtors we're talking about between the 1 to 5 year figure?
I'd have to, in order to provide you that number, I can, but I just need to consolidate a couple of spreadsheets. There's another 100 odd debtors that have been that we referred again to the on that spreadsheet of the first list that went out, Councillor Armstrong. I can give you that information. Just give me a minute. That's just under 100, and yes, they are. And I'm just talking to sundry debtors now, not water or general rates.
No, just general debtors. That's fine.
Yep. But there are more of them. There's about another 100 that are about to be issued, and I've just got to be conscious of the fact that that we can actually handle the follow-up and the queries that will obviously flow in. But at least this initial start for the first time in 12 months has been a positive result. And yes, we are chasing those, the oldest of the debts, of course, and those that are large.
Mr. CFO, is there an opportunity for council to be advised of the number of debtors in each one of these age debtor categories for the next meeting?
I can do that, yes.
Wonderful, Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, queries, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 23-200, which is the Information Systems Status Report. And the report is in front of you, and the recommendation is that we'll receive and note the report. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. And a seconder?
Second with a question.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
Councillor Fitzgerald, if you have a question first of all. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a bit confused when I read this report because my understanding was that Council was asking for a snapshot of where we are now with Tech 1, not where we propose to be into the future. So I would like to point out that Council has been promised and told what was going to happen in the future on many occasions. Unfortunately, most of that's never occurred. So I just, in this case, all I can assume is that all of the items that are to occur have not occurred and don't work. Is that the case? And is there an opportunity for a report to come back and provide Council with an outline of where we are now in terms of the modules that we have in use, the level of use that they're being used, and whether or not they need to be improved? Because at this particular stage, this is all pie in the sky stuff for me.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. CFO, can you comment on that?
Yeah, certainly I can respond to that. I can certainly provide a list. I have a list of the modules that we are using. I've initially, given that there's a fair bit of work involved in this, Councillor Armstrong, the first priority that I've mentioned there is around revenue. And in fact, I've just received a document and a project plan from Technology One on Monday. And I will be sitting down with the staff to go through that. So that the points that I've raised there are items that we're not currently using in Technology One within the property and rates section. So that's crystal clear. There are those issues there that I've put in there in terms of the bottom of page 84, project priority. They will be the first things that I'll be doing that will provide efficiency save time and obviously make the job of the various people in the rates, general rates, water and sundry debtors sections much easier. So those items there are definitely areas that we are intending to put in place. The second item is around report writing, and certainly I've now got a list of staff that we will be taking to take on the report writing. Further than that, I have not got down to that detail. I've got to be mindful of the fact of the workload that this will impose on the staff. The asset management module is a massive task, and given that we've got Asset Val coming in doing our valuations for year-end audit, I believe that's the opportune time where we'll actually then look at that. And that obviously will be another plan in terms of all the areas that we may or may not be using. I wouldn't be able to comment on that now in a report. But and certainly the other items that I've listed are areas that, yes, we are not using appropriately and where we need to expand our efforts. We have, I think, as I mentioned before, if I go to number 4, we have started on monthly operational budgets and service line reporting, and I'll update the next meeting. We'll be returning to that as soon as we get the annual financial statements complete. We'll be returning to that activity, and I'm happy to give progress reports on that. I was reluctant to start the accounts payable e-invoicing there, but Link 4 has certainly been hassling me, and Technology One are aware of that, and that would be a module I can get in place. I've got to be mindful of the fact that there will be some people, such as the accountants, who will be engaged in Section 1 and in Section 2. I just can't attack everything at once. I've got to, and I'm working with Tech One where we can get a report or a project plan, and I haven't got that yet. But all the items there that I've listed in item 4 are all areas where we need to improve. Number J is a matter for discussion by the executive and with Technology One, as there are other work health and safety modules, and Technology One have acknowledged this. There are other modules which may be an improvement on the Technology One work health and safety module. So that's something that's in abeyance. We haven't discussed it any further, but all the issues that are mentioned there, that I mentioned in item 4, are areas of improvement, and I dare say there will be more. I'm not going to, from that, I imagine as we go through this process, there will be more, but I can't at this stage, apart from the fact that all those items there, we're using them, but not to their full extent in some cases. I hope that answers your question.
No, look, I'm sorry, Norm. I guess what I was looking for in this report was a snapshot of where we are now, not where we propose to be, what we need to do.
Well, I suppose what I'm trying to say is the items that I've highlighted there in the project priorities are areas that we are not using to their full capacity, and areas which we need to improve and have in place.
Can we get a list of the 15 modules and of the 2 that are within Tech One and the 2 that are not being used? And can we get a summary of our usage in terms of level of use or I guess level of deployment against each module? Because I'll be quite truthful, I'm none the wiser about whether we've improved our position with Tech One since it was implemented. I commend you on this report about moving forward, but once again, we've received plenty of reports in the past of what was going to happen, and yet I see there are issues in your item 4 which clearly have not happened that was supposed to happen years ago. I point to the $170,000 that a former general manager reported had been spent implementing assets. Yet we haven't got our assets implemented. So I guess we don't really know where we're up to with this project, and we really need to take stock of where we are with it. And I think that a report along those lines would certainly give council some background information about where we are now, not necessarily where we need to be in the future.
Okay.
Right. Well, I think I did say, Councillor Armstrong, at the last meeting that I'm looking to the future. Look, I've had a lot of information provided to me about the history over the last several years. I can assure you that we will be looking to commence, number one, the improvement in the rating, and that'll improve the debt collection process, etc. Those items there, that Tech One, I'll be sitting down with the staff and we'll actually be commencing that process, including extensive training. So I'll continue to give an update on that. And the other thing in number two, we'll be commencing that. As I said, and I'll just think about how I'm going to report what you're asking, but I can certainly give a list of all the modules in Technology One that we're paying for, and the two that we're not using at the moment, and whether there's a scope for further use of those in the future. So I'll attempt to prepare something like that and see how you receive it.
So Norm, and I'll ask both Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Armstrong, would it be fair to put that Council A receiving that report, and B, a further report be brought back to Council about the utilisation of the 17 modules?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would actually like to extend that report. I think we need a Gantt chart of the implementation phase of the modules. It sounds to me like Norm is struggling under the weight of being the CFO and trying to implement that. I can draw no other conclusions than his hesitancy in timelines and the workload and training people. And I think it is just not acceptable that we have one staff member with such a workload without knowing what timeframes we're going to be able to implement something, so that we can then make some hard decisions on the viability of the processes. I think this is far too open-ended for the money we've invested. So I would like to see a Gantt chart. I would like to see a response back to the next meeting. We've got to get serious about this. So the modules we're using, the extent to which we're using them, the ones we're not using, and a Gantt chart of the implementation of the modules.
Councillor Flannery, I'm working with Tech One on that, but all I'll say again, and I hear what you're saying, some of that, the timeline, we're looking at putting a project plan. Certainly a discussion I had with them a couple of months ago, focusing on the finance areas. I'll get what I can ready in terms of the first three actions I've got on there listed, and the others that in terms of the revenue, that's a big focus, and the other matters. And then I'll attempt to actually then try and put it together, the project plan. But I'm working with Technology One on that in terms of with the various milestones.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stagg-Miller.
I hear what you're saying, Councillor. I know exactly what you're saying, and that's a discussion I had with Technology One.
So before we move on, there was the first. I'm sorry, Councillor Stagg-Miller, I did see your hand. There was no discussion about the suggestion that I had as a further report be brought back in Council regarding Tech One implementation.
On that, as a mover, I was unable to hear the full import of that due to people talking over the top of you. Could you restate it, please?
Okay,
no, it's appropriate.
So there's been an extension proposed by Councillor Flannery further to the one that I suggested to what I believed encapsulated Councillor Armstrong's. So it's one that the original motion receiving a note of the report that was moved by you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and seconded by Councillor Armstrong. The point that I put forward was a further report be brought back to Council regarding the Tech One implementation, being the percentage utilisation of the 17 modules. I was going to ask that question, and then Councillor Flannery put forward his further suggestion to include a Gantt chart of those. So in the first part, there were two extensions of the original motion. First, I'll ask Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Armstrong, are you happy with the first extension, being the council that brought back the further report? Well, it's an extension given that the motion has been put forward by the two. If they agree to change the motion, that then becomes the motion. Are you happy with the first extension?
I'm happy with the first extension.
Councillor Armstrong?
Yes, Mr. General Manager.
Okay, so then we move to the second extension as proposed by Councillor Flannery. And I will say, well, first, are you happy with that further extension or not?
I'm not happy with it because I think, given what Councillor Flannery said in terms of the workload of the CFO, in a normal month, I think the initial report...
I'll move a formal amendment to the motion.
Can I finish, please?
I'll move a formal amendment to the motion.
Finish, please? Thank you.
Because I'm moving an amendment.
I don't accept the second one.
Well, then I am moving an amendment. I'm moving an amendment.
Well, that is the correct. So the motion now stands as in receive and note the report. A further report will be brought back to Council regarding Tech 1 implementation. That is now the motion. So the Gantt chart part then. So that's the motion. The amendment proposed is end C. So C is the Councillor Flannery and the Councillor Flannery. So we take, excuse me a moment. So we take amendment proposed to here. Yep, to here. Yep. There for amendment proposed. No, not at this point. Amendment. Proposed, and then the amendment. Which is certain.
Through you, Madam Mayor, am I just allowed to ask a question of the CFO while we're waiting for that to be
Yes, you go ahead. Yes, Councillor.
I was just going to comment that I have read this. I think the project priorities are fantastic. I think we should be starting with revenue firstly, considering the cash investment report we just went through. And I also just would like to know, so where it says commence September 2023, is that commencement of training or is that commencement of the steps from A through to F? Because there has...
Sorry, let me just... Councillor Foreman?
Because we have been given timelines. We've been given September to October 23. We've been given September 2023. So I'm just thinking, if they're going to be implemented then, or is that when you're going to start training the staff to then implement those steps?
Yeah, so if I can just elaborate, and I think it was mentioned just for understanding at the top of the report in number 1, what I've discussed with Technology One a couple of weeks ago at a meeting, and I'm meeting them again on the 7th of September. The intention is to commence the training, and then actually I'll be guided by them in terms of what we do in what order on A to E. They're not in any strict order in terms of how we actually then reconfigure our system. The most important thing at the top there, and it probably goes to the point that Councillor Armstrong was making about assets previously, is I'm making sure that Technology One, and I'm waiting on that information coming back, that the modules that we have, and we do have the appropriate suite of modules in the cloud, that the configuration between those systems and, such things as job codes, chart of account, etc., actually link, and that we don't have a problem moving forward. And certainly they did mention that had happened with previous councils where you suddenly want to delve into other parts of reporting, you need to make sure the system's configured. So that's the first thing that they are currently looking at for me now. And we will be starting the revenue project component. It's the nucleus, if you like, of the system. The second item 2, I'm aiming to have, and they're aware of this, we probably have two sessions of people we'll be getting the value for the paying for one session of training, and that will be to specific people to undertake XL1 reporting training, and I want to have that happen by about the first or second week in October. So some of the financial accountants and the management accountant will be involved in part 1, but they'll also be engaged in part 2, as will some of the infrastructure. I'm seeking a list from the staff now, infrastructure planning staff, There are some people in planning already have that skill, such as Andrew Rains, who was instrumental in the CRM module uptake. So some of those staff do have that training, but there are other people who've nominated. So we'll be looking at that, and that will enable us to be able to tailor reports and extract reports out of the system, which we're not currently doing.
So would it be therefore fair to say that with all the work that you were planning to do that's been brought to us this evening, if we are looking at giving you an extra lot of workload, bringing reporting back, I feel that our focus should be on you getting the proposal, the recommendation that you've brought to us tonight off the ground.
So I just need to interject procedurally at this point. So, Councillor Flannery, can we share the screen now with Councillor Flannery so he can see the amendment as proposed? The Councillor Flannery, it does read, it's the end that the report include a Gantt chart, which refers to the above. Is that your amendment?
Which details timeframes and processes to implement the Technology One changes.
Question to Councillor Flannery.
Yes.
Councillor Flannery, I know in the approach listed on page 84, item number 6, prepare a project program with milestones and a timetable. Is that essentially what you're trying to achieve with this amendment?
Yes, it is. I just believe that that we need to make, as a council, some very serious decisions on Technology One, and I think it's incumbent on us to understand what the time frame is that the implementation will occur over, and what implementation of what. The fact that I think a council just had to ask what various parts of the report meant underscores that I think most of us, if we had to talk to each dot point and each item, would not know what information we're going to get back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flannery.
Question to the General Manager, Madam Mayor.
Yes, and then I think we'll go to the...
Just in regards to this project, is this project being managed in accordance with Council's project management guidelines and practices?
I understand it to be. We'll pass to...
No, because if it is, surely the production of a project plan, project actions with the risk assessments and the risk mitigation measures, establishment of milestones and the scheduling would be part of that project plan, would it not?
Yes.
Is that part of Council's project ethos? That style of action? I know elsewhere in the business paper it is. I'm just wondering whether it is in this particular project too.
I believe we, to paraphrase the CFO, we needed to understand what was outstanding before we established the timeline. So yes, I believe that'd be the ethos. So
I guess we've got to take stock of where we are now before we can move forward. Is that what you're saying there?
I think we understand where we are, where these are the things that need to be built upon. So I'm not sure it's completely documented about where we are, other than understanding where we are at. It needs to be built to where we want to be.
So you're saying we understand where we are, but it's not documented that we understand. We understand where we are, but we don't document it.
I don't believe I'd be able to produce a document which articulates what you're saying.
Then perhaps could we list the modules and our level of deployment, whether it is satisfactory, unsatisfactory? If a module has 8 components and we've got 3 components deployed, or whether we've got 8 components deployed, are we able to do that? Are we able to take stock of that?
I understood that was what we were capturing in B, which is the deployment of the 17 modules, how far has been implemented.
So we're going to take stock of where we are in item B, is that correct?
I understand so, yes.
Then I would think that the report that we originally asked, I certainly originally asked for, shouldn't be too far away then, because it wouldn't be additional work, because it's work that has to be done in any event to progress the project. And if we are using project management philosophies, then we're going to have those. I would think that establishing milestones in a timetable would probably have some sort of a record of that too, whether it's in the form of a Gantt chart or some other method. I
need to pass to the CFO exactly where the status of those elements are. However, just before we pass to that, I will just check with Councillor Flannery on that Amendment C. Does that encapsulate your amendment? You're on mute, Councillor Flannery, unfortunately.
As noted by Councillor Armstrong, it's the modules, the number of modules, implementation of Technology 1 with respect to the modules. So whatever wording is required, processes, timeframes and processes for the implementation of Technology 1 modules, you just put. Thank you.
You've moved that amendment.
Before you do, Madam Mayor, just a comment.
Yes, Councillor Ingram.
I commend the councillors who have spoken on this matter with such passion, given that, and I'll mention Councillor Mackay, who's not here tonight, who brought this subject up at our last council meeting about Tech 1 and how come it had been going on for 5 or 6 years and nothing was happening. Tonight, councillors, is an indication of questions and things that have been asked before, not necessarily of the same staff, but they have been asked for 5 or 6 years. So if you think some of the requests are overburdened, the reason I believe them councillors, and I won't speak for them, are asking for them is because we've heard it all before. And here we are all this way down the line. I commend the CFO on his work and the effort he puts in and diligently tries to bring this information to council. It just goes back to the one basic point. The job is just too big for the organisation we've got with Tech 1. And that's why I believe we need this information. As another councillor alluded to, there's some decisions going to have to be made, because I'd hate to see another 6 years people sitting around here still making the same discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingram. All right, do we have a seconder for the amendment?
Happy to second it.
Okay.
I'll second it. I still haven't had a chance to ask the question, Madam Mayor. I've been sitting here.
Pardon me, Councillor Stadmiller?
Yeah, can I just see the change again, if that's all right? Can I just see the... Are you there?
Yes, you want to make a comment?
Can I just see the chamber again? I've just got the motion in front of me. I'm across that. I just wanted to see the chamber, if that's all right. Thank you. Just a couple of comments. We're sort of heading towards 7 years, I think, or 3/4 of a decade in regards to when we first implemented this. Project priorities, A, the ability to issue rates notices and invoices, so that still isn't happening. B, the ability to issue reminder letters for rates and other debtors. C, retain email addresses in Technology 1 for issuing notices or reminders. I don't know anyone in private business that would continue to try and operate with a piece of software that wasn't working at the capacity that it's meant to for 6 months, 12 months, 5 years, let alone 7 years. And I'm a bit disappointed in the report where it says financial implications as presented in the report. We've sort of had murmurings as to what Technology 1's costed so far, but I can't see a dollar sign or a decimal point here unless I'm majorly missing something as to what any of this is going to cost. And I've heard it all before. I did hear it from a previous director who's since passed away. This has been going on for so long. I'd actually like to see it go a step further. I probably won't get any support in the room for it, but just put this out for tender at the next available chance. Have a look at what we're doing and how far we are behind. But I think we all know sort of deep down that this is unworkable. It's been unworkable from the start, and we need to look at getting something else. It's the main piece of infrastructure that runs our whole council for all of our staff. And this report could be 5 years old, 4 years old, 3 years old. It's the same stuff over and over again. And I feel for the CFO who is trying to do 2 jobs at once. But Technology 1 came in before they were awarded the contract and provided the framework to the then administration before councillors came on board. Set this sort of whole thing up, funnily enough, won the contract, and then since haven't been able to provide enough training, or it's been too difficult for us to implement it. I just think it's unworkable. So Councillor Flannery is 100% right. Something needs to be done and soon, and sooner rather than later. Let's not have this drag on past this year. If we can't even issue rate notices 7 years in, it'll be 7 years September 2023. We've got to really have a good hard look at ourselves, because a private business would just be down the gurgler trying to implement software that can't do what it's designed to do. Amazing.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
We have the amendment there. We've had a mover and a seconder. We've had discussion. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment, I'll read it again, that the report include a Gantt chart which details timeframes and processes for Tech 1 implementation with respect to the module. All right, those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Hewson, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Flannery and Councillor Stadmiller.
Those against?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Dodd. Passed.
Okay, the motion is passed. Thank you, Councillor.
So the amendment now becomes the motion.
Yes, pardon me. So the motion is to receive and note the report. B, a further report be brought back to Council regarding Tech 1 implementation. C, that the report include a Gantt chart which details timeframes and processes for Tech 1 implementation with respect to the modules. And that is now the motion that we are voting on.
Madam Mayor,
Okay.
do we have a time that this is going to come back to Council?
A time.
I understood from the intent is to bring it back to the next meeting. Obviously, we'll endeavour to do that to the best capabilities. If we're unable, we'll give a timeline at that meeting about the timeline, but that's the part. So,
all right. So this is the motion that we're voting on now. All right. Those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Hewson, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd.
Those against?
Councillor
Stadmiller.
And Councillor and against was Councillor Foreman.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to 23201, and that's the draft plan of management.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to defer both of the next items, if that's all right. There's about 160 pages here, and they're quite extensive and in-depth. And I just think councillors need a little bit more time to potentially digest this, because there could be more of these coming across all of Hilltops. And just to put this through now and sort of be at the mercy of the minister before the community gets more say would be a bit disappointing. I had a phone call this afternoon from the racecourse manager who had no idea, racecourse president, who had no idea that there was a draft management plan going in the business paper, what it involved or what was happening. He just said he'd had a phone call from council asking about the length of the track and the circumference of the track. So if that's consultation, we need to probably do a little bit better. So I'd like to see my fellow councillors just defer both of these reports, which are Reserve 78952 and Reserve 85737, at least until the next meeting, so the user groups and users of these facilities can get together and have a discussion and some sort of consultation, if that's all right. I'd like to move that way, and I need a seconder.
So, Councillor Stadmiller, you've moved the motion to defer both items 12.8-23 to 01 and 12.9-23-202.
That's correct.
There's two. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Flannery.
Councillor. Okay.
Are there any
questions?
I have
Councillor Dodd.
question. When I looked up about plan of management, I thought that plans of management for areas like the Young Aquatic Centre and for the Harden Racecourse, specific ones actually had to have a lot of detail regarding that particular Crown land. But this seems to be a very general document. And so I wonder if the native title manager, sorry if I've got that title wrong, could maybe speak to speak to that
Sarah?
It doesn't seem to have any specifics in it, and I thought we had to do it this way because it had to be specific.
I'll pass to the manager.
The specifics regarding the plan of management relate to the Crown Reserve itself and not the actual facilities that sit on the Crown Reserve. So where it's specific is because it has more than one category. It has a category of park and general community use. So that's why it's a specific plan of management. The plan of management won't bring into account the actual facility that sits on the land. That's not what it's designed to do. Now, it's done under a Crown Lands template, and it's done with the wording that Crown Lands prefer. I've done many that are very similar to this, and this is at the level of detail that we provide in that plan of management. It's specifically broad so that it will allow council to continue to do whatever it likes as long as it does it within the legislative requirements. Now, usually, as far as consultation goes, the full consultation with the users of the reserve won't happen until after it goes to council. Community consultation won't happen until after it's approved by Crown Lands. So that's maybe where the consultation process is, maybe you think it's lacking. So I've provided a flow chart, which is a flow chart by Crown Lands in the document that shows you the consultation process. Now, when I spoke to the president of the race club, and I had a lot of trouble getting onto the race club and getting anyone to return my calls, I did let them know that the plan of management would be given to them after it had been to council. So it's not usual to have this consultation with the plan of management until council's had a look at it.
Can't they happen? Can't it happen concurrently? Can't the various managers of the facility, once council has a doc? I mean, well, I would have thought council has to have the document in its hands before it can give it to anyone else in the first place. So
that's the correct process. So usually, what would happen in all councils is that it goes to council, you have a look, and then it goes to the users of that reserve. It doesn't go out to public consultation until after Crown Lands have approved it. So Crown Lands are the owner of the land. Council is not the owner of the land. So their approval is necessary before it goes out to public consultation. The plan of management is designed so that councils are using the reserves, and by saying the reserves, I mean the land and not the facilities on the land, in a legislatively correct manner. Many councils weren't, and in a white paper it was decided that it was too confusing for councils to manage their land under the Crown Lands Act, but then manage other land under the Local Government Act. One example of this is that many councils had Section 355 committees over Crown land. How can you have a Section 355 committee under the Local Government Act on Crown land that is not managed under the Local Government Act? So all of those committees were illegal. So knowing that councils were having trouble legislatively correctly managing their land, a white paper was done and this new Management Act was brought in, where councils generally manage their land under the Local Government Act, but still refer back to the Crown Land Management Act. The plan of management is designed to ensure that council manage them legislatively correctly. so that it's protected from Aboriginal land claim and it's protected from council having an obligation under native title to pay compensation at some time in the future. The actual facility that sits on the reserve is then managed further within council through an asset management plan. The asset management plan doesn't fall into place with this plan of management. So the consultation with user groups will be that they agree that they will continue to use the land in relation to what's in the plan of management, which is to use it in a manner that's legislatively correct. Any then further management of the user group comes through a separate agreement, such as a seasonal hire agreement or a lease or a licence or something like that. Now, I know Councillor Dodds was concerned that we could only issue short-term licences. We can only issue new short-term licences until a plan of management is in effect. So it's very important that council moves and gets these plans of management in place as soon as possible. Hilltops is already a couple of years behind some other councils, although they may be a little bit further in advance to some councils who have done absolutely nothing.
So things like the Young Aquatic Centre, which has a lease over that building, which
noted in the plan of management, and the commencement date of the lease is noted in the plan of management.
Okay, I didn't notice it there, but it may have been.
Okay, so we're looking at mainly an administrative type document. Is that what?
That's correct. It's an administrative type document that ensures that councils manage their Crown land in a legislatively correct manner. I sit on an advisory group for Crown lands, and I can perhaps see if I can get Crown lands to maybe brief the councillors if you still have doubts about what's happening.
Okay, thank you. Question?
Councillor
Ingram.
Or a comment probably than a question. The first comment I'd make is the officer said that had trouble getting a response from the racecourse people. I got a phone call 2 days ago in regard to Crown lands trying to speak to council. And I said, well, I'm a councillor, isn't it me? They'd made numerous calls over numerous days and couldn't get a response from Hilltops Council. I said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. When you're talking about Crown lands, you'll have to get to speak to the appropriate officer, but it's just ironic that call came that they'd made numerous tries and no one had responded back to them. In relation to Crown land and these plan of managements, and we dealt with some Crown land stuff a few years ago and we're going to try and hand them all over to someone else, and that didn't work neither, and we stopped that. So I appreciate the work you've done in relation to Crown land, but from my experience with Crown land, anything to do with them is complicated and pretty, dare I say, very involved. That'll do. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Armstrong.
A question through to the General Manager, and perhaps he may pass that back on to the officer. On page number 9 of the first report, that's 167 of the business paper, I note that we're referring to the Crown land that is the baths, young swimming pool, but the reserve name on the page is Monteagle Hall. I'm just a bit confused. Is that an error?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's not an error. That is what the reserve is titled. And I can pass to Donna here, but I believe that we are applying to have that changed. That's the correct. Is correct.
Now, my concern was, of course, if I understand the purpose of the documents, making sure that the information contained with them is indeed correct and accurate is of paramount importance. So if that's what it's called, then
We've asked that
Montaga's got a pretty
That is what
general manager's got that.
My grandkids are
is changed because it's so confusing. It would have been a historical name that was given to the reserve, probably in the late 1800s. So considering that there's already a Monteagle Horn that sits in Monteagle and this reserve sits in Young, and the fact that the reserve name wasn't gazetted, we are able to change that. So that will be changed when that actually is affected. So,
Thank you.
So thank you. So just I suppose bringing it back, therefore, given the discussion, there was a mover and a seconder, being Councillor Stadmiller and Councillor Flannery, to defer both of these matters. Are you proceeding with that motion, or?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I'd just like to have a right of reply, if that's all right.
Yep, sure. Yep, absolutely. Just checking.
Yep. Back to the recommendation. A says, attests that it has considered native title manager advice in relation to the draft plan of management for Reserve 78952. This is dealing with the first one. That's fine. B, request approval from the Minister administering the Crown Land Management Act 2016 to approve the annexed draft plan of management for Reserve 78952. So we're asking for approval from the Minister to approve what's already in the business paper here, and which is now a public document that some of these user groups can see and read and comment on. And it'll also give us councillors more time to go over it. C, upon approval from the Minister, so we're still seeking approval from the Minister, administering the Crown Land Management Act 2016, Council amends the draft plan if required by the Minister. So we're back at the mercy of the Minister, and then places it on public exhibition as per Section 38 of the Local Government Act 1993, namely 28 days public exhibition with 42 days for submission. So I just think it's a little bit too swayed towards the Minister approving it in the first place, this document, and then upon approval from the Minister, again, we amend the document. How much more amending can go on when the Minister is going to be so involved in this in the first place? We sort of put the cart before the horse here. So I think by deferring it and involving these groups and giving them a chance, we can get a little bit more feedback, which would be a far safer option than just going ahead and sending it off to the Minister now. It's just a little bit of time by deferring it that extra month. And we've had an issue there at the racecourse, by the looks of it already, where there was some sort of disagreement over the naming rights of a building, let alone a plan of management for the entire facility. So I really would like to see council support myself and Councillor Flannery in deferring this for a month and to seek a little bit more local feedback before we push ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. And the Director, Corporate and Community, would you just like to make a comment?
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Stadmiller, I just refer you to page 97, which the Native Title Manager pointed out earlier, that illustrates the process followed. That's the process that we have to follow when we undertake this with Crown Land. So it is their land, and that's the process that we have to follow. So we draft the plan of management, and we're submitting that to them to approve the draft, which we then take out for public exhibition and consultation and have open for submissions for 42 days. So I'm not sure if that's
not lost to me. I just can't see why we can't wait another month. I don't think that's going to keep anyone waiting too long.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think the process would change. Even if we waited a month, it would still follow this process that we have to follow.
The feedback may change though. So can we put it to a vote if that's all right?
All right, we'll put it to the vote. To defer for 1 month, 23, 2001 and 23, 202. All right. Those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Stadmiller, Councillor Flannery. Those against?
Those against?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Houston, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd. It's now back to the
motion is lost, and we'll go back to
the motion. Well, we haven't. We go back to 12.8, 23.201 with the recommendation. I'm asking for a mover and a seconder on the original motion.
I move
yes,
the
we
motion.
will. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and a seconder, Councillor Hewson. We've had a fair bit of discussion on this. So, any more points? Councillor Fitzgerald, you don't want to say anything? All right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Houston, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd.
And against?
Councillor Flannery and Councillor Stagner.
Okay, it's passed. Thank you very much.
I'll be sure to disperse the phone numbers for the councillors living outside of Harden on this issue.
Okay, we're going to 12.9, which is the draft. Beg your pardon?
It's the second reserve.
Yes, it's the second plan of management for Reserve 85737. Do I have a mover?
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and a seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald. The discussion more or less covered both of them, didn't they? So I'll put it to the vote. If everyone's happy, those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Houston, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd.
Thank you. And against?
Councillor Flannery and Councillor Stagner.
Thank you. It is passed. Thank you. We'll move straight on now to, and I'll turn the page. This one has been withdrawn.
Yes. So through you, through you, Madam Mayor, the report that was proposed was 12.10-23/203 Harden Racecourse Building Naming Proposal. The community member that put forward the request and associated documents contacted me today to request that the report be deferred while they continue to have discussions amongst the community before any council involvement. So the recommendation, understanding that this is part of the agenda, I've put it forward. I would need someone to move a motion that this report be deferred.
Happy to move that this item be deferred.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Hewson. So thank you.
All right.
I do note that it must have been going on for some time. The letters of support were signed in 2021. So,
Question to the General Manager, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
I just note that in the report, the position of the Racecourse Users Group is not provided, yet in correspondence provided from the proponents, it would appear as though the Racecourse Users Group is not in favour of it. I'm just wondering, will any new report provide the positions of those both for and those against any proposal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly I did. I had an indication from a representation from one of those groups wanting to speak. Today they were out of time, and they said there was an attachment where they talked about how they were against the issue. It wasn't attached. I did respond to that. I haven't received that information, but certainly that will form part of this before it comes back. But as I discussed, the conversation that I had with the representatives that put forward this originally to bring it before council were concerned that there needed to be more conversation at their level before they asked council to do anything.
Yep.
All those in favour of deferring the report?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move the question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I note in reading the Enhancement Fund guidelines that right at the very end there is a statement that projects could extend beyond the original date must be reported to the committee at the earliest indication. The committee will consider the continuity of the project, which is great, fantastic. Then we get down to recovery of funds. Applications are approved for a specific purpose with conditions set out in the funding agreement. If the funds are not acquitted in accordance with the agreement, the council will commence a process of recovering the funds. I'm just wondering, does this committee have the ability to commit council to expenditure? Because the recovery of funds invariably incurs expenditure. And I'm also going to ask, what financial liability does that create for council in terms of if council does not recover the non-acquitted funds, or it perhaps fails to identify that they're not acquitted, and as a result of that doesn't recover them. And I just get a response to that.
Director?
All right. Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that Squadron Energy are responsible for that. Council will provide the direction to recover the funds, but any costs incurred would not be council's cost, but I'll have to confirm that.
That's not what the words say, though, Madam Director. The words say council will commence a process of recovering the fund. If acquittal is not completed within the time frame, you will ask to return the funds and be ineligible for refunding 3 consecutive rounds. So council has to incur costs. I'm just wondering whether this committee has a delegated authority to commit council to incur costs.
No, through you, Madam Mayor.
Then I'd suggest if it doesn't, then that needs to be removed from this document, because quite simply it is illegal. As an alternative, I would suggest that perhaps if there are costs, you could add the words, all costs be borne by the fund. Otherwise, but in any instance, council will need to either agree to that or to delegate the authority. And I'd suggest that they'd probably agree to it before they delegate the authority for someone else to incur expenditure, require council to incur expenditure.
Just a question for you, go on. It says that the fund, the enhancement fund, has been established by the council, Hilltops Council. So is it our committee?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, Councillor Armstrong, I believe the intention was always that the costs would be borne by the fund, so we will amend the writing to reflect that, the words to reflect that. Councillor Fitzgerald, as part of the voluntary planning agreement, the fund was established by council, so it is a committee of council.
Indeed, it's a Section 355 committee of council and requires a delegation to commit funds. I don't believe council has delegated that in any event.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Well, one of the questions was who owns or runs the fund, and it's a 355 committee delegation of council, and council owns and runs the fund. I did ask previously when I think this came up about 4 months ago, and you look at the diagram on page 265, it shows a 20-kilometre radius of the wind farm, but as we're all aware, some of the wind turbines are in Hilltops and some are in Yass Valley. And I asked, would the funds collected by the entitlement of Hilltops Council be spent on a 20-kilometre radius of the turbines or of the centre of the turbines, and they're two completely different things, because it would shift the radius from the boundary further into our territory, so which then impacts on the Community Enhancement Fund. So could the Director please answer the question that I asked a number of months ago, number one, and number two, I restate the concerns of Councillor Armstrong as to the obligations with respect to the Community Enhancement Fund and the delegations that Council provide to the committee.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would have to look in the VPA to see where the 20-kilometre radius is taken from. But it is also stated that if in the first round of applications being open, the applications aren't received from the from people within the 20-kilometre radius, we can open it up to the entire Hilltops. And I'll also note that YAS have their own enhancement fund and their own voluntary planning agreement. So,
that was the exact, almost word for word, the exact response I got last time. However, if you follow the guideline, it moves it further west or further to the west. Therefore, it needs to be determined before you acquit the funds. Otherwise, you're acquitting the funds and then saying, "Oh, if we've got anything left over, do we move outside the radius?" When the radius is not in the right spot in the first place. So, with all due respect, I think it needs to be determined rather than just say, "Well, we're actually spending it within 10 kilometres, and if we've got a bit left over, we can move it further west." Otherwise, you're advantaging a more select group of people.
Can I just make the point?
Right or wrong?
Can I just make the point that looking at the document, the use of the word radius is probably distracting because it says the community within 20 kilometres of the Bango wind farm boundary. So I would think that would be the boundary of the wind farm, and 20 kilometres in all directions would be.
So you're happy. So you're happy. You would be happy for money from wind farm that is generated in Hilltop Shire to be spent over in Yass Shire.
I was just making a clarification there. I wasn't implying anything. Don't put words in my mouth on that, please, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
I'm seeking a clarification, and you seem to know, so you tell me.
Thank you. I think the Piper, Councillor Piper, did you want to make a comment? Did you?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Flannery, I believe, as I said, YAS have their own enhancement fund, and I believe it would be the Hilltops boundary of the wind farm. But we can clarify that.
Okay.
Well, with due respect, I've asked for clarification before, because then the 20-kilometre radius starts from the boundary of the Hilltop Shire, not as drawn on the map. And that impacts where the community enhancement money will extend to.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Armstrong.
I think that the director for the map, very handy. But I guess, can the director provide advice as to where the centroid or the focal point for this particular radius that's on the map is provided? Because at this particular stage, there's lots of blue dots there and lots of blue dots there, and blue dots there and blue dots there, but it doesn't actually indicate that we're drawing a 20-kilometre radius from either a blue dot or a location. And I guess I can understand that there's some confusion here, because there's potential for the wind farm boundary, as Councillor Fitzgerald's pointed out, to be some considerable distance away from one of those blue dots, which represents one of the wind towers, the turbines. And 20 k's would certainly be a substantial amount of country to extend it. So what's the rationale that's been applied to drawing the dotted line?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I wasn't part of the VPA when it was signed. However, we can find that out. Okay. I believe it's the purple line and on the Hilltop side of the purple line, but we can clarify that and also go back to the VPA and provide information to Council and update the guidelines.
Madam Mayor, thank you.
Map.
Madam Mayor, I note that the recommendation is simply to note there is no urgency attached to this report from that. So I'm going to suggest that the report be deferred and come back with further and better details as to the applicability of the 20k radius in particular, because quite simply we don't know. And whilst we might want to note it, I think that at this particular stage we'd be better off noting it with full details and details we can understand that we can agree on.
Happy to second that.
Let's see, sir.
So, well, I'll move an amendment.
Yes, you're moving.
So, well, Councillor Armstrong, you were the mover of it. Councillor Foreman, are you happy with that amendment to defer the report?
Yes, I actually think it's a good idea. Then it clarifies it for everybody, you know.
Okay, so then it's not an amendment, it is the motion.
It's the motion. Yep. So you're happy to move that way, Councillor Armstrong?
Yes, I'm happy to move that way, Madam Mayor.
Okay. And if that's the case, we've had discussion. I'll put it to vote. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. All right, let's move on to 205, and that's the youth forum. And purpose to inform council of the upcoming youth forum, and the recommendation is there.
Move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Second by Councillor Form. Do you want to make any comments, Councillor Fitzgerald?
No, I've been following what the youth forum's been doing, and I'm very impressed by the work that's been going on and gathering the youth in. I do have one question concerning the youth forum, which the director may be able to answer. In the newsletter, when it listed the activities for the youth forum, it listed upcoming activities of a movie night, and the film was listed as MA 15 plus. Now, since the youth forum goes from 12 on, does this exclude a number of members of the youth forum from attending? And what are the guidelines in terms of films for that group?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald, are you referring to the movie nights that have just been held?
No, the ones upcoming.
Okay. Well, the Hilltops Youth Action Group is aimed at youth from 12 to 25 years, so we have to make sure that we have different activities that appeal to different sectors of that age group. So this one was chosen for children aged over 15. It's a hard age group because if you put a movie on that's too childlike, then you're not going to get the older children. So that's why that decision was made. And then it's up to parents to decide whether their 12 to 15-year-olds are allowed to watch that.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to comment too there. The youth, Anna is doing a fantastic job at this youth position that she held, and at the fire. Went to go. She did a great job, and the team worked so hard. Those young girls and guys, and it was really, really good to see. So, and I think this is a really good idea because we need to. It's a really important position to listen to our youth. So, I just wanted to put that in just say the good work that she does and that group does.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no further comments, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Oh,
Madam Mayor, we need a nomination.
Allocate a representative, pardon me, from council to attend the forum and provide input into the draft Hilltops. Do we have a representative, a councillor who would like to be?
Sorry, just through you, Madam Mayor, it can be more than one representative.
Okay, so it can be representative.
Yeah, whoever would like to attend, we'd love to have you.
I'd be more than interested in being involved.
All right, so Councillor Fitzgerald, you're interested? Councillor Foreman?
Yep.
And anybody else? Okay, if that's the case, I'll put it to the vote.
What's the date again, Madam Mayor?
The vote is to receive and note.
Sorry, the date.
15th.
15th
of September, Councillor Stadmiller.
Just bear with me. No, I'm out. Thanks.
Okay, right, maybe next time. All right, those in favour? No. Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 23-206 and conflict of interest management policy for council related development. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and a seconder, Councillor Piper. Any questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on now to 2307.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a motion.
Yes.
Motion being that Council adopt the Hilltops Development Control Plan, project plan dated August 2023, as found in Attachment 1, and B, note the risk treatment measures proposed in the attached risk management plan.
Okay, we've got it done.
And I'll reserve my right to speak that.
Happy to second that, Councillor.
All right, we have a seconder.
Noting that they would be points A and B and that there would be no C and D. Note the risk treatment measures proposed in the attached risk management plan.
Councillor Armstrong, is that on the screen?
Yes.
It was Councillor Flannery. You did second Councillor Armstrong's motion. No, it wasn't you. No, so the
Councillor Ingram.
Ingram was. Okay. Councillor, question?
Well, no, I think
Councillor Ingram.
Not too sure, but I think I know what Councillor Armstrong's point will be. I might just mention that it would appear that we're taking a real fancy to reference groups. I just don't understand that, but I'll let Councillor Armstrong do his speak.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quite a simple basis for this. There's been a significant amount of work done by staff and the DCP steering committee in regard to the project. We have a project here that has a real plan attached to it with some actions and hopefully outcomes that can be met within the timelines that are stated there. So, in regard to the second part of that, there are in excess of 20 separate risk treatments that are being undertaken. That the original recommendation only recognised one of them. And I think that council needs to be across all of those risk treatments, because at the end of the day, they require ongoing monitoring to be consistent with the Australian standard, and council needs to have sufficient flexibility in its processes to identify the materialisation of risk and to identify and assess the efficacy of those risk treatments that is identified. Simply highlighting one of them, I don't believe it is doing justice to the remaining risk treatments in there. So that's the basis of the recommendation. My motion.
So Councillor Foreman, did you want to ask a question?
I was just going to ask a question.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I just get some clarity around what's currently written as recommendation D, but on the paper in terms of the practitioner reference group?
That hasn't been moved by the councillor. That's not moved. What's moved is what's on the screen. There's no establishment of a practitioner reference group in this motion.
No, but there is in the risk treatment plan, in the risk treatments to mitigate the risks in the risk treatment and the risk assessment undertaken by the committee and by staff identifies that as one risk treatment, along with many other risk treatments.
Which was I understand your point, councillor, is it the original motion focused on one point and you'd like to focus on the whole?
I want to yes, Mr. General Manager, I want to focus on the whole of the plan rather than taking a more myopic view and focusing on one issue there, because the whole of the plan is what we need to consider if we want to achieve success, not one aspect of it.
Thank you, councillor.
Question. So will that still mean that we still would have a practitioner reference group? Yes.
At the end of the day, they're the experts, and that is a risk treatment. If you have a look at the risk treatments in there, the establishment of that group is one of the ways in which we're going to mitigate the risk that we're exposed to.
Yes, because it's extremely important that we do hear from most stakeholders in this plan.
Well, at the end of the day, it's important for us because we have to mitigate the risk that we're exposed to.
Yep.
And that's one of the ways that we can do it. There are also many other mitigators that we've looked at and that we've agreed will need to be or have potential to mitigate the risks that we've identified.
Thank you.
Hey. Not removing any.
No. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, for that explanation. And also, can I say, for the work that you've done in development of this plan. So, if there aren't any more questions, I will put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 23208 and the development application stats for July 2023. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. And a seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Madam Mayor, can I just excuse myself for 5 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe.
It's noted. Do we have any questions?
Just one question, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
In regards to DA 2023-0091, can someone tell me where Market Street in Young is, please? I've missed that. My 66 years, I've missed that.
No, Madam Mayor, I'll take that on notice.
Market Street. Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments, queries? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to 23209, DA 2022/0158, demolition of existing dwelling, 2 dual occupancies, tree removal and 2 lots into 4 lots subdivision. The recommendation is there. Do I have a mover?
Move that further question.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. A seconder, Councillor Foreman. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question to the Director in regard to the council sewer line that is identified on page 332 as being within one of the allotments, the more western allotment. I'm just wondering what the status of that line is, whether it's proposed to regularise that connection or create some sort of an easement through this particular development.
Through Madam Mayor, I'd be proposing to regularise the connection. And I understand that there was, we're very close to the deadline to address that matter with the applicant.
We will have connections, sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Could the Director please advise where the junction will be cut in?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take that on notice and provide that detail.
Well, perhaps can I ask whether that will be the sewer line in the laneway that you'll be servicing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't know that information directly, and I imagine that's the case. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, I'll.
I guess a comment.
Yes, Councillor Armstrong.
I'm just, whilst I fundamentally, I think the great development, because housing is in great demand in Young, and demand continues to grow. So I think it's a great development in that respect. My only concern is that I wouldn't like to think that this development is going to impinge upon the business activities of the business next door. That business has extended once. I don't know how much room there is available to extend it anymore. But if they did decide to extend, my concern is that perhaps the noise, even though there's a noise study there, that the noise that could be created through the normal operation of the slightly larger premises may impact these premises. And to that extent, I note the comment in the acoustic report that double cavity brick walls have a far greater loss of attenuation in terms of the acoustic, and that perhaps or far greater attenuation in regard to the acoustics, and that perhaps a requirement to make the wall double cavity brick wall would perhaps provide a measure of protection for the occupants of those buildings from noise from adjoining development that we don't really want to impinge the operation of by potentially limiting the hours at which loading docks could be used if some further development was to occur there. I realise this is a difficult one, but quite clearly the supermarket was there first, and I wouldn't like to think that in a worst case scenario the potential to grow the supermarket was being adversely affected due to noise experienced in the adjoining properties. And I guess that's my biggest concern. I don't know whether we could require the applicant to have a cavity brick wall there, or whether a cavity brick wall is any more effective in reducing any potential nuisance over and above the existing treatments, which I think was a 13mm fibrous sheet over the brickwork, followed by 10mm of gyprock in a 4x2 studded wall.
Councillor Armstrong, I think it also said in the acoustic report that they recommended a wall be built on there, but I don't think that wall is in the attachment as a condition of consent. But
there's like an acoustic blind.
Yeah,
it's 6mm polycarbonate, 6.3mm glass, or overlapping timber. That too didn't seem to be very clear as to whether that was in there or not. But
yes, and I don't think it was in the attachment that said that it was one of the conditions. That
was one of the reasons why I was thinking that perhaps a requirement to have a double cavity brick wall, double brick wall on that side would perhaps remove that need or modify that need. And I don't want to unnecessarily increase the cost of the development to the applicant, but similarly, I don't want to see the development adversely impact an existing business or limit the ability of that existing business to potentially expand on their site.
Thank you, Councillor. Director.
Yep. So
I'd like to comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So through you, I think Councillor Armstrong rightly points to the challenge of a mixed-use zone where you do have a greater diversity of use and that concern around essentially reverse sensitivity, which is a new development coming in and impinging on the rights and abilities of an existing operator to continue to develop. So for this application, we require additional information from the applicant to address the issue of reverse sensitivity, and that's why the acoustic report was provided in the application you've got in front of you now. So at the end of the day, after looking at that and assessing the application, as officers, we believe the conditions that are in the consent are sufficient to address those concerns. And so that's what we've got in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director.
Just a quick question going to what Greg has just said. So when the people purchase the new housing, are they under the understanding of the operating hours of the supermarket next door, or is there something there that happens?
So through you, Madam Mayor, there's always sort of a buyer beware element to any development. You can do your due diligence and look at the surrounding areas, but certainly the advantage of being the new entrant is that you know what's around you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's no more discussion.
Just in the
Councillor Flannery.
The Director says buyer beware, but to what extent will a real estate agent advise a buyer that trucks deliver goods after 7 at night and up to 11 or 12 or whatever the DA approvals are for the supermarket?
For you, Madam Mayor, I can't speak to what a real estate agent will or won't do.
No, that's part of the due diligence, I would say, as a buyer.
If you look at it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're not necessarily going to have a clue what time they deliver to at night.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more discussion, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to 2310. Acquittal status of Council's round 2022-2023 financial assistance and sponsorship program. The recommendation is there. The summary as well.
Move the report.
A mover. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. A seconder. Councillor Foreman. Any questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll go on. We're not up to there yet, are we? To 23-211, and that's the village water supplies.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Your motion?
My motion is that Council defer this matter pending a report from the General Manager in regard to the legal position of the proposed or the requested ball in terms of right of access, and B, undertake an investigation and prioritisation of village water supplies across Hilltops, and C, refer an amount of 20,880 to the 24-25 budget estimates as offsets to costs of decommissioning unused bores built in 2008.
Councillor Armstrong, could you just, I think, perhaps read C again?
Okay. Defer or refer 20,880 to the 2024-2025 budget to cover the cost of decommissioning 2 unused bores built in 2028. And I do note that that there is no nexus between these bores and the water supply, the young water supply. So that would be the general fund.
Happy to second.
Yeah, well, just that goes up, doesn't it?
Oh, sorry, and I've left a bit of that. In A, deferring the defer the matter of report the general manager the legal position of the requested board in terms of right of access and funding.
Just
It's 3:39. It's 3:39 the time.
Councillor Armstrong, is that is just leave it as is. Let's see. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Just a question to the general manager, if I can.
Sure.
Why are we spending this $20,000 on decommissioning things that aren't even being used?
I'll pass to the Director of Infrastructure.
Madam Mayor, those boards were dug with the permission of the Water in New South Wales, and also New South Wales requires that all boards are appropriately decommissioned. But when they're appropriately decommissioned, they do need to be done so.
Question?
Yes.
In regards to the same matter, there seems to be some conflicting stories with the whole issue. To start with, we're talking about 2 bores here. I'm told there's only one. Have council staff actually cited the 2 unused bores?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there was a site visit on the 7th of August. I believe it's mentioned in the business paper. And at that site visit, we cited one of the 2 bores that were mentioned. And that's what the one is in the paper mentions, that we cited one. We haven't cited the second one. But the information we've received, the historical information we've been able to uncover references 2 bores.
So how are you going to decommission something that may or may not exist and we don't know where it is?
To you, Madam Mayor, I have had discussions with some members of the Riverhead community, and they're advised that a bore further away, I've not cited this, but further away, had been filled in and was closed off. But does that meet the criteria for decommissioning a bore? I don't know. But further inquiries of the community to locate what I would believe the second bore to be will need to be made to decommission it.
Well, on that note, can someone explain to me the process of decommissioning a bore?
Through Madam Mayor, generally the bore has to be filled in with concrete. As one of the requirements, we'd have to look at the specific bore, the depth of the bore, and then determine the final process. That hasn't been undertaken. We still need to review what is there actually. And as indicated, the other bore was, according to anecdotal evidence, filled in by the community. We still need to identify that. So the actual work has not been. The provision of the $20,000 is based on what it takes to decommission a bore.
So I think I'd agree to somewhere. The costings of $10,000 to decommission a bore, where did that come from?
That's on the basis of previous bores that have been decommissioned in other areas. We still need to do the final costing. That is a provisional sum that has been proposed in the business paper.
So you've got a bore at the top, that round, just above the ground, and someone wants to tell me it's going to cost $10,000 to decommission it? I'd struggle. I think a couple of barrels of concrete would close it off.
A question to Councillor Ingram. Would Councillor Ingram think that perhaps the Bribri Water Supply and Progress Association would be able to cap them off for less than $20,000.
I would be willing to say that the answer to that was yes, pretty confidently. But I'm not in the game of decommissioning bores. I just two things. Was one, we've all agreed so far. We only know of one. Decommission, we've got $20,000 there. Whether we need that or not, I don't know. But one thing I do know is Councillor Armstrong mentioned in his amendment, the motion, to look at setting some funds aside in the 24-25 budget, because there's no, and I'll take advice from the General Manager, nexus between the young water and that actually happening out there. That's like saying that you can grab money out of the Young Water Fund from anywhere, whether it be Wright Park or Kurawatha or Bribri. But something needs to be done for the position, and we need a further report to find out the legal standing and the responsibility of council in regard to the village water supplies. This matter's gone on for some time now, as we all know, and there's some conflicting stories between the locals at Bribri and what's in the report to council. And I'm not sitting here to say either side has got the story wrong, but what we do need to do is meet in the middle and find out the one story, and then work out council's legal position and work with the Progress Association and the villages, the Bribri, to come up with a solution that is fitting for 2023, not 1948. So thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we know about the bore and that it hasn't been decommissioned, is that a risk to council if we do nothing about it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is an obligation for council, a legal obligation for council with the Water New South Wales. That's why they need to be decommissioned, and all the evidence and paperwork provided to them that they have been appropriately decommissioned, and that is as the water supply under the Local Government Act, that is a requirement from council.
Thank you. The motion is before you.
Could I just suggest that a more to add to Councillor Armstrong's motion, could we add a more detailed report come back to council also?
I believe that's covered by the first motion.
It's the
report. Well, what I'll say is, having worked with Councillor Armstrong for a while, a full comprehensive report is what would be required of me to come back.
Yes,
including the relevant costings, and I believe the arm of the third, it certainly articulates that the intent is to fund the decommissioning of what we need to decommission, but we will be guided by that more fulsome report as into the way forward to maybe solidify that.
And we need to, water security is paramount to the whole region, and I think we need to also make this, like it does say, investigate and prioritise village water supplies. Well, I think this report needs to come back as a priority. We don't want to be waiting for months for it, if possible.
Okay.
Thank you,
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Right for reply.
Finally, look, I feel for the people of Bribri. This was a scheme that was put together. Council staff were complicit at the time, not the current council staff. I want to make that very, very clear now. Council staff at the time were complicit in putting this together. Council were never advised that it was going together. There was a huge amount of local content in getting it done. It supplies non-potable water. It's not drinking water, but being non-potable water means that the drinking water is extended. It supplements the water supply out there. The reality of it is once this stops, these people will be going back to the dark ages, back to times before Kennedy was shot, back 3 years before the introduction of decimal currency. And I think that council morally has a duty to ensure that it investigates every aspect of being able to progress this project and bring this project back to where it should be. Granted, there are other communities within Hilltops that do not have the luxury of this style of non-potable water supply. And it'd be great if they did. But the reality is, Bribri do, and they have. They've been assisted by the state government in funding it. Council has been involved in that, or council staff have been involved in it all the way along, including being present for the opening. Madam Mayor and myself attended the opening. And there was a plethora of council staff there bathing in the sunlight of a great water supply at Bribri. It has made a difference to the community out there. These aren't people living in Africa, as they say in the letter that you all received today by email. This isn't a third world country. This is a prosperous village within Hilltops that's done something for themselves. Yes, they've been helped along the way, make no mistake about it. But now they need a bit more help. I just think that council morally owes them some assistance, and I think that we need to really consider obviously the legalities of this, but also the way forward in reinstating, bringing them back into the 21st century, reinstating the water supply. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. And Councillor Stadmiller.
Just a quick one, Madam Mayor. What's the current quality of water that's potable out there at the moment for the residents of Bribri?
Director?
Through Madam Mayor, my understanding with the site visits that we've conducted is that the residents have tank water, so rainwater tanks and bottled water that they purchase for drinking. It is was stressed to us that this is non-potable and that the residents are not drinking the water.
Okay. Just following that answer, why are we pushing ahead with allocating $20,000 and when we have a letter here that's seeking $70,000? There's a $50,000 difference there. I expect the report will provide some insight into that now, but should we be acting more quickly and resolving something with more urgency than waiting for a report to come back in a month's time or 2 months' time?
To you, Madam Mayor. The request for the money was the establishment of a new. No, it was.
Through Madam Mayor, the $20,000 that was put into the report is to properly cap those bores that are disused as requirement as the water utility under the local government take and under the direction of Water New South Wales. We need to cap those bores, and that was the money.
And through you, Madam Mayor, so that $20,000 is separate to the request for, as you can see through the quote there for some $70,000 was the bore drilling, the discharge, the ground and tank, solar unit, bore equipment. So they're two separate things. So $70,000 would be in addition to the capping of the bores. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So the letter dated 21st of May 2023 is completely separate. So they supplied this to council over 4 months ago, so it could be a considerable amount of time longer that they've been seeking the new bore, is from what I can gather then.
The request did come in per that letter, but the capping of the bores is an issue that has emerged through the conversations and the site visits.
Just one more question. So why, if the letter came in on the 21st of May 2023, was it not presented in a business paper on 3 or 4 more occasions prior to this?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, as part of the business paper and the appendix of the attachment one, it can be noted that there has been a significant history attached to this water supply, and we had to do a full investigation as to what the current position is, and a number of site visits have been undertaken to ensure that the paper that we present reflects as best to our knowledge what the current situation is.
Thank you for that answer. It's just if it was presented to councillors at the time it was received, whether it had been in confidential or whatever, at least we would have been abreast of the issue much earlier than we are now, to the point where we received an email this afternoon further stressing the gravity of the situation. So there seems to be a delay sometimes in correspondence getting through to us. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller, for your comments.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Piper.
Does Water New South Wales tell us how we have to cap these bores? Is it just a barrel load of cement in the top, or do we have to fill them into 126 metres and 124 metres deep?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we need to submit back our proposal, so we would seek the advice of experts as to what we should do to do the capping. We then advise them, as with anything that we try and equip a bore. So equipping the bore and decommissioning the bore is under their approval. We need to present to them what the intention is. And if you take note of the next paper, which is the legislation paper, there are two different licenses we have. That's access to the water, and then that is the equipment on the bore itself. Both have to be registered. In other words, when we want to do a bore, we have to say how we're going to extract the water. And when we want to decommission the bore, we have to say how we're going to do that. And that is under their approval.
Sounds like a job for Ray Hadley.
Okay. All right. We've had discussion. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
Madam Mayor, could I request that the truck wash, standing orders be suspended and the truck wash be brought forward, as well as items 23/220 and 23/221. Will I move that motion, please?
All right. Need a second for that?
Happy to second that.
Okay. Could you just repeat the ones, please, Councillor Flannery?
The truck wash, the late report on the Harden truck wash, and then items 23/220 and 23/221.
Have you got them?
Madam Mayor, I don't really know the late item in regard to the truck wash. I actually think that that's an administrative item, because if we're going to change the charge, then I'll refer council back to a report provided on the 28th of August 2019 by the then General Manager that relates to fees and charges corrections. And in particular, I referred to the risk implications, in which state is imperative that council adheres to Local Government Act 1993, Section 610F, and republicises the revised fees and charges for 28 days prior to adoption, otherwise legal proceedings. I actually, after looking at this, think that this is a classic case of the people that have been producing the word processing document, not understanding the content of the word processing document. Fair enough. And that's been manifested over multiple years from the 2019-2020 fees and charges to the 21-22 fees and charges, sorry, the 2021 fees and charges, then the 21-22 fees and charges, and finally changed in the 23-24 fees and charges by simply changing the charge from a per kilolitre charge to a per minute charge, because all the previous attempts at getting this right, they had both a per kilolitre charge and then a unit rate of a per minute. I don't think anyone really knew what to charge. As a result of that, it appears as though it was all too difficult, and 79 cents per minute remained the charge until someone decided that they'd put it up to $4, consistent with the adopted fees and charges. Now, if I refer back to the 2023-24 recommended fees and charges, a document titled Final Number 5, supplied by the FCO, there is in actual fact a recommendation of $4 and a note. I won't read the staff member's name out, but this staff member advised to leave charge at $4 is on that spreadsheet. So clearly there's a lack of understanding of whether this charge is charged by the minute or by the kilolitre. Because I asked the question why it was going down from $4 back to $1. at the budget estimates meeting. Couldn't get an answer, but took it on notice. Never ever got an answer out of it, either, I might add, but did get a spreadsheet, number 5, that stated that this particular staff member advised to leave the charge at $4. But I did note that the outdated charge, the per minute charge, was retained in that document, but on the final document that was produced for council to approve at its final estimates meeting, the words had been changed to must be registered ad data user per minute charge rather than per kilolitre charge. So I believe that this is, the correct charge is $4 per kilolitre of water, and that's calculated out on a per minute charge. So I think that it's largely superfluous, that it's an administrative fix, because if we have to rely upon previous advice from a then general manager, must be correct, we've got to go out for 28 days consultation in accordance with section 610F of the Act.
I'm happy to take that explanation. I do thank you for that. I think the recommendation actually withdraw the report. It's an administrative matter.
I would see it as an operational matter. That puts the ball fairly and squarely in your court, and then this recommendation should fall by the wayside because it's a recommendation that's not consistent with the provisions of the Local Government Act.
I have moved a motion that we suspend standing orders, which may include a discussion of this, but it's to bring this report forward. So could I ask for a seconder, or could the General Manager?
I'll second it.
We can have a motion to move forward the late report and the proposal to this is the two notices of motion from Councillor Armstrong, being the proposal to conduct a constitutional referendum to change the number of councillors and the poll of electors. That is correct, Councillor Flannery? Those three reports?
All right.
Thank you.
I'll put it to the vote. We have a mover.
Sorry, councillors, we're just waiting to catch up. 2 minutes. Reports. $23. 221. And 23/223. Yeah. I've got it. Thank you, Councillor. So to the vote.
Okay. We have a mover and a seconder. Seconder was Councillor Ingram. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'll put it to vote. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Okay.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with regard to the late report and noting Councillor Armstrong's comments, my comment would be that regardless of how this reads or what the intention of the changes were and where it was adopted, truck wash users have been getting charged the previously scheduled rate of, I think it's 87 cents. And I'm not too sure. The report here says
87 cents including GST, Councillor. So 79 cents plus GST.
For us to go to $4 per $4 or $1 or any variation of that per minute or per megalitre, per kilolitre, sorry, I think without adequately notifying users, again brings into question as to what the appropriate process is. So I believe that the recommendation that Council receive and note the report amend the fees and charges of a truck wash to be 87 cents, which it says in the previous financial year being 87 cents including GST as an interim measure, with the notification to go out on public display for 30 days and the charge be backdated as of the date of this council meeting. So if there's any legal questions, that may or may not cover that, and a further report to be.
Councillor Flannery, Councillor Armstrong.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I did, in that last discussion, I did raise the fact that before council can set a fees and charge, it's got to go back out to the public for 28 days. And I don't necessarily think that there's any need to stall this any longer. Clearly, it's an administrative issue. It should have been dealt with when the matter was initially raised. By the same token, the fee has been $3.80 per minute, if you read the minute side of it, and $4 since 2021. So I don't necessarily think there's any credits required for that, but I do believe that the current arrangement is incorrect in that for all those previous years we've had both a minute charge and a kilolitre charge, and we haven't really specified which it is. Clearly, it's been initially a minute charge and then a kilolitre charge. That's been misinterpreted as a $4 per minute charge. I don't think anyone's expected a charge to increase from $1 to $4 a minute. That would be excessive in most people's book, even though I note that the AV-Data do publish a list of truck wash charges, and that I think it's Geelong charged $3.45 per minute. So there are charges out there in those orders. I don't believe that that's necessary for our truck wash. I still think that $4 a kilolitre is a reasonable charge to recover the operations, the cost of operations. But I think that what Councillor Flannery is suggesting will mean that there is no ability to simply change a charge without consulting the community. The Act is pretty clear on that. Otherwise, I get people complaining to me about the sewer and water charges at Young. Can we knock those back while we reinvestigate them? I don't think that there's much opportunity for us to simply relax them. I think that there is an opportunity for us to correct the administrative error that's occurred, and that which would see a relaxation of those charges or reduction of those charges, but certainly they wouldn't be reduced to levels below the $4 a kilolitre.
Well, I think noting what you say, but I think the average. I was told, I think, to wash out a standard semi, looking about 20 minutes to 30 and about 50 minutes for a B double. And if you went to a per minute, you're looking at 80, $50 there or thereabouts if it's $1 a minute but it's currently standing at $300 or $400 for the truck users. I can't remember the exact amount, but I thought one of the truck users told me that washing out a B double, they use 19,000 litres, so 19 kilolitres. And I think at $4 times 19, you're at about, the same charge there or thereabouts. So I don't think there's any great protest if you're at a similar charge with a slight increase. It's just getting the metrics right now. And as Councillor Armstrong's alluded to, one has been on a per minute charge, where if they take 30 to 50 minutes, they're paying $30 to $50. And it would be a similar charge if it goes to a per kilolitre, but the existing charge, or the charge that wasn't too different on a per kilolitre charge. I think the Harden water, at the time this was brought in, the water charge in Harden was about $3.20 a kilolitre. So it was about $60, and they were paying about $60 on a per minute basis. Well, 55 to 60. So it was pretty much one and the same.
Okay. So, Mr. GM, can you just...
I believe well, I'm in your hands, councillors, but given the clarity that I've received from Councillor Armstrong, I believe it is just an administrative matter, and the report is merely a report highlighting the inaccuracies. So at that point, I think give the undertaking.
Next question. Sorry to interrupt, but my understanding is the mechanism uses a time-based charge, and if we were to go to a water-based charge, the mechanism may need changing. I'm not 100% sure on that, but if you're using a time-based charge, if you're going from what was 87 cents a minute and you want to do it on a kilolitre basis, does it measure that? Are we capable of capturing that?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, the intent of this report, I've certainly brought this report as a matter of urgency, given the conversation that I had with one of the users of the facility, the impact of it. So, given that the charges that have existed, and I believe the intent certainly it agreed with the intent of whether it's kilolitre or minutes, and that has been done over time. I believe this report really was to understanding my obligation to put forward a fee and charge in accordance with the fee and charges, which did say $4 per minute, taking on board the commentary from Councillor Armstrong. I believe now that is an administrative error in relation to, as you've highlighted, Councillor Flannery, the difference between minutes and water. So on that basis, I would recommend or put to you is we receive and note the report and delegate to the General Manager to take it back to the practical fee that has been charged. Or
do we know how many litres per minute the pump discharges? We will need to know what the performance of our pump is before we can establish a charge per minute. And
then I'll bring back to a report. The main intent of this is we've implemented the fee and charge, which is erroneous. I want to administratively change that with the permission of councillors, and then bring back a further report to clarify the position. But I don't want to impost on the end user due to an administrative.
I'll move that the item B be changed to delegate to the General Manager to implement the intent of the changes as per previous budget details.
An administrative fix, I think. Yeah. I don't think there needs to be a motion.
Well, satisfied, Councillor. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. So undertake. So it's receive a note and take that out. Take out the undertake. Delegate to the General Manager to implement.
It's not that item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. 2025. Oh, sorry. Through would say,
There it is.
So take out B. Take out B and C.
Minimum $3.
Or just leave B, but take rid of that. Get rid of C.
Let's have notice. Some of the truck wash charges.
Get rid of the narrative at B. Yeah, get rid of all narrative, leave it as a B, we'll need a B. Yep. And so delegate to the general manager to
You've got to know what your pump's discharging before you can
implement
charge permit.
the intent of the charges. Full stop.
And that's a charge. There's not much.
Mr. General Manager, what's the charge going to be? I can't see the screen. It hasn't been brought up.
The charge will revert back to what it is, which is 79 cents plus GST, which will then be per minute, which is the 87 cents. So it'll be the same charge. And given the conjecture around kilolitres versus minutes, I need to do some work on that. But I just don't want the impost on people, and we'll see through who's been charged what, and we'll correct that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Councillor Flannery, you're okay with that? So if we could share the screen, please.
Yeah, no matter, we should have just fixed it.
Okay.
So, Councillor Flannery, can you see that?
As it's
not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
we read it out.
Okay. So, councillors, we're having trouble sharing the screen, so I will read it to you. Receive and note the report. B, delegate to the general manager to implement the intent of the charges as per the previous budget.
Councillor Flannery, are you happy with that?
Yes. When you say the previous budget, which previous budget are we talking about?
The previous budget is the current charge. Well, the previous charge before we changed the charge. So it's the same charge that people have
previous
been
budget
used to.
The previous budget absent the typographical error.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Righto. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, councillors.
That's it now.
Okay, that one's
That was
done.
contract. So
The
now,
next one is
2021. So
20,
14.2, 23 dash
yeah,
20,
21.
22, 1.
Proposal to conduct.
That's correct.
This is
Councillor.
proposal to conduct a constitutional referendum to change the number of councillors, and it's presented by Councillor Armstrong. And
It was 2021 and 2022.
all right. And the motion that council conduct a constitutional referendum at the 2024 local government elections seeking community guidance on a change to the number of councillors to achieve a reduction in councillor numbers. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I put this motion forward to council in the effort of bringing some stability to council in terms of numbers, and also over a 10-year period of reducing the cost of council quite considerably. I've listed the legislation in the report. I've listed the timeline in there. At the end of the day, this council won't make a decision. It'll be the next council that will make a decision, and any election that would be taken to reduce the number. Any application that was agreed to by the minister to reduce the numbers wouldn't be applied until the elections after that. So it's a long-term strategy. It's not something that will occur in the blink of an eye, the click of a set of fingers. The rationale behind it is twofold. I looked at the Local Government Boundaries Commission report of 2016, excuse me, and noted that no former local government area had 11 councillors, but the largest number was 9, and the smallest was 7. In actual fact, I believe that those figures were reasonable figures, given the representation of councillors. I then looked at the costs I went through the costs. I went to the current fees or councillor fees as adopted in May 2023. Calc goes out. I didn't know what the travelling expenses for councillors were for the last year, so I couldn't really add those in. But I've added in a very conservative $5,000. I believe that they are significantly greater than $5,000, which brings up an annual cost of approaching $260,000 direct costs for councillors. Reduction of 2 councillors from 11 to 9 will generate significant savings, and the administrative costs that we don't actually see as councillors, but the back end costs in terms of agenda support, business paper production, and other corporate support as well, is likely to drive at least $5,000 savings annually. So over a 10-year period, the reduction of 2 councillors would guarantee at today's costs, not at 10 years' times cost, because in 10 years' time, councillors' fees are going to be significantly higher than they are now. It's going to achieve a saving of $500,000. Here we are. We're looking at cutting costs. We've got a multi-point plan that we adopted in 2021, October. The only part of council's operations that we didn't look at was council itself. Now, that was, in my opinion, overlooked. Those that might take a different view, it might believe that was council making sure that their nose didn't get out of the trough based upon community sentiment. But I don't believe that's the case. I think that it's just been overlooked because there isn't a great deal of knowledge out there in terms of the process moving forward, hence the report. I commend councillors to give very serious consideration to this, and remember that it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next September. It's a decision. You're giving the next council an opportunity to make a decision. If you don't want to give that next council an opportunity to make a decision, then I think they're doing the wrong thing. But this is a surefire way of saving significant direct costs moving forward with council.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. And you as the mover?
Yes, I'll move that way.
And we need a seconder?
I'll second that.
Oh, okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I'll second it with just a question there, because I think it's a very, very sensible motion to put forward. I think 11 is probably too much for the only council, I think, in the state that's got that many. And I think going back to 9 would be the appropriate way to do it. But the question I have, and it's purely a point of clarification, my belief is that the Electoral Commission would run the referendum and they would charge us for the cost of it. Either Councillor Armstrong or the General Manager have any idea of what the cost of such a referendum would be?
Councillor, I'm not aware of it, but I'm aware that the potential savings of $500,000 would be equivalent to 5 times the election expenses that existed prior to 2016. So I think that over time, there's a very significant savings to be made out of it. It's perhaps should be considered an investment in the future rather than a cost of the current.
Through you, Madam Mayor, at the last council election, when there were some discussions about potentially posing a question, it's irrelevant what the question was, but a question at the last time without, and this was anecdotally stated by the electoral office, is the extension to put a question as part of a ballot, a separate question. So you have to have people hand out the piece of paper for the question, etc., and then the counting of it. I believe at the time I think the election was about 220,000, and they said it would probably add between $50,000 and $60,000 to the process. So certainly that's consistent with the long-term savings with that one-off cost. But again, they're old numbers, and I haven't asked that question recently. Just information.
Okay,
Thank you for that clarification.
Do we have?
I'd like to speak again, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Stadmiller, off you go.
We're currently lacking about 25 staff. So if I pluck a figure out of the air that each staff member is worth $75,000, including all of their super and tax and so forth, that equates to $1.875 million a year that we should be further paying actually to provide our workforce with the amount of workers to take the stress off the current workforce. I actually am against the idea because I don't think we have enough representation. If we just take Harden as an example, it had 7 councillors previously. It now has Councillor Flannery and myself, which is 2. I believe Bora had 7. It now has Councillor Piper and Councillor Mackay, which is 2, and Young is similar.
Madam Mayor, I believe that the councillors provided incorrect information there, because as far as I'm aware, we are all Hilltops councillors, not Harden councillors, not Bora councillors or Young councillors.
Yes.
And if the election results, Councillor Stadmiller needs to refresh his memory with, he got more votes from the former area of Young than potentially other areas.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. And Councillor Stadmiller, I think that you said that you would rephrase.
I'm more than happy to, and it'd be good if you could accept the point of order before Councillor Armstrong just commences talking over the top of me. Just bear with me here while I rephrase. And based on my locality and where I live, which is in Harden, and where Councillor Flannery lives, which I believe is in the Harden Shire, Councillor Armstrong.
It's in Hilltop Shire.
The former. I'll use the word former before I have another point of
order.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong recorded 462 votes. Pardon me, I've got a bit of a frog in my throat. You've probably heard it all night, which put him in 10th position, which means that if this was to get up and he was to continue to run and continue his success at the ballot box, he may be very well doing himself out of a job, but he might be thinking he's doing something rather admirable in saving council money. I think we need more representation, not less. He mentioned that there were councils that had 9 councillors or 7 councillors, but he didn't mention how many councils were amalgamated from 3 former council areas and how many councillors they ended up with. He didn't provide that figure. I find it a little bit disappointing that these figures have been cherry-picked. When it comes to travel, I can lay claim to the former Harden Shire Council or Hilltops Council paying for my accommodation and petrol costs to Sydney on one occasion. I've never ever since claimed for travel as a Hilltops councillor. In my other role for local government conferences at Goldenfields, I have, but not to the meetings to and from there. So his figures are wrong, especially in regards to me over the last 11 years. We need to be very careful what we do here. I'd be happy to accept a poll, but as long as it's not binding, more than happy to give the people a say. But I really question the motive behind this and why Councillor Armstrong feels he needs to leave a legacy of making the council smaller with less representation. I can tell you now I get a lot of phone calls and emails about matters as far away as Brewery or Jugiong or all over the Hilltops Council, let alone where my community in Harden, which is my native community, identifies me as their councillor. They call me or Councillor Flannery first. I expect it's the same in Young. They would call the councillors based in Young first, and the same for Bora. So I'll be voting against this on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak against or for? Councillor Ingram?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd support the motion on the basis that it was presented. It was presented for reasons of financial savings for a council that's in a precarious financial position. So just on that reason alone, I would support this as I would support any other motion that would save council in the long term money, because it's not council money, it's ratepayers' money. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Foreman.
Look, I'm really on the fence on this. I have to say, I have really struggled with the decision on it, but I do note Councillor Stadmiller's My concern is also that we have just been given an increase due to the fact that we have grown into now a rural large region, and our population is estimated to grow. And we do cover, I've written here, a large area of over 7,000 kilometres. So when we do look at the coverage and I guess how much councillors are able to cover of that area, with 11 we have probably a better chance of coverage than we do with 9. So I think if we do, 7 is a lot to cover such a big area, is all I'm saying. Yeah. So I would have to say I'm moderately against, but I do see both sides of this. But I just worry that the coverage under 9 as opposed to 11, it puts, and sometimes there is I suppose, inability for certain councillors to make certain things, and some do share quite a heavy workload that others possibly do not do. So that would just be a point that I would like to make.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Foreman. If Councillor...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just like to clarify a couple of issues. Firstly, this council won't be making the decision. It'll be an opportunity that this council has made available for the next council to make the decision. But if they make a decision to proceed to reduce, they still have to apply to the minister, who has to agree. The minister can say no, and then that any change in numbers would then be applied at the next election. So it's at least 5 years away now, and I think that for us to be able to know what it's going to cost in 5 years' time is going to be fairly difficult, because we can speculate, and I've used actual figures. I don't know. Councillor Statmiller's never attended any of these budget meetings, so I don't really know what his situation in regards to reining in the deficit is. He's never been able to tell us about anything about that. And I'll look forward to the day when he does attend one of those meetings, and perhaps does enlighten us a little bit with his way forward. But until that point in time, I think that the figures that I've quoted here are reasonable. I believe that the $5,000 councillors travelling is conservative, and is actually greater than $5,000. But the bottom line is, over a 10-year period, there are significant savings to be achieved. I do note that none of these former local government areas had more than 9 councillors. There would still be 9 councillors servicing those local government former local government areas. It's just that they'd be Hilltops councillors instead of former local government area councillors.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. If there's no further, it is a difficult vote. I will accept that.
I've got a further question. Just wondering if I can direct it to Councillor Armstrong. If he's attended all these budget workshops, why has he continued to vote for Technology One?
Thank you.
Spent so much money.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. It's not relevant to the discussion at the moment.
Well,
I'd be pleased to take it, but at another time.
Thank you.
Perhaps face to face with Councillor Stadmiller.
That is very gracious of you. At the moment, we will come back.
Take it now, Councillor Armstrong.
We will come back. Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. We'll come back to the vote. Those in favour?
You can dish it out.
All right. Councillor Ingram, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Hewson, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd. Those against?
Those against?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Flannery up there. So I'm sorry, Councillor Flannery. And those against? Councillor Flannery and Councillor Foreman, I'm sorry, and Councillor Stadmiller.
Okay.
I've got the disease now. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Right.
Now it's 20.
It has been moved.
Yep, it's moved. So
All right.
do two. The
Let's
notion
go back to next one, notion of motion. There you go. How's that for a spoonerism? Notice of motion.
Poll of electors.
Poll of electors.
Councillor.
Once again put forward by Councillor Armstrong. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I presume you're going to move it.
We'll move it, yes.
And do we have a second? Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is not the first time I put this up. I believe that there was significant confusion the last time I did put it up, and that some people read the report and believed that they saw words in there that to paraphrase them, we must demerge. Now, that's nowhere in the report. And I'll read, this is not a motion seeking or initiating de-amalgamation. It's an opportunity for council to take guidance from the broader Hilltops community for a future council to consider in due course. At the end of the day, I encourage councillors to be fearless in asking this question, because I don't know what the answer is going to be. It may well be that there's a resounding no, come back. It might be resounding yes, but if you don't ask the question, we'll never know. And this is the one question that the community most resents not being given the option to ask as to whether or not they wanted to be in this current situation. It's not binding upon council, certainly not binding upon this council in terms of the result, because the result will be known at the next local government election. It'll be an issue for the next council to consider. Once again, this is I believe supporting the motion would produce a great legacy for the next council, and it gives them the option, it gives them the ability. It certainly demonstrates that this council is prepared to engage with its community rather than consult, because I believe that there is a big difference between engagement and consultation. And quite simply, in engagement, there's two-way exchange of information. Consultation is a push, and that's it. I don't believe that there is anything contained within this motion that should be considered threatening. And I've quoted Sir Winston Churchill there. Courage is what it takes to stand up and speak. Courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen. And I urge my fellow councillors to have the courage to allow the voting community to speak via a Section 14 poll, so that a future council can have the courage to listen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I'll throw it over. Comments? Seconder, Councillor Ingram. Well, we can go, but we can have a speak for and a speak again. You can speak.
I'll speak as a seconder. Yep. Again, commend Councillor Armstrong for bringing the opportunity for us to discuss going out to our community in regards to something that's very important to us all and to the community. As you said, it's not binding on us. It's not binding on anyone. It's just a matter of going out to the community and asking for their thoughts so they can give us an opinion and their thoughts about the situation. I'm feeling quite comfortable about the motion that's been put up, given that I noticed at our last council meeting the resounding support of councillors who wanted to talk to our community and see what their thoughts were. And that came up around a special rate variation, which is also a very important part of council. So I think Councillor Dodd mentioned that just how super important it was that we engage with our community and we get the feedback from our community, so we know what the community are feeling. We are 11 councillors, preempting. And so, yeah, wow. So just hold me to that later on. Yeah, so that was very heartening. And also Councillor Fitzgerald at the same meeting spoke quite strongly in regard to the importance of taking on board what our community feels and what their thoughts are. I'm on record before as saying that I know the people that talk to me and what their thoughts are, but that doesn't mean the majority of our ratepayers and voting people feel the same way. And I'll be the first to stand up and say my thoughts were wrong if the answer to this was no. And I'm quite happy to do that if that happens. But the important part is that we give our community, the entire community, I think, the opportunity to tell us. Put it in a position where if it was to fall to the next council, they had the opportunity to do something. All we're doing here is saying, yes, we care about our community. We want to have your input into the future of this council. I believe we owe that to all of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Do we have
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hewson.
I thought we'd already voted on with horses of different colours on the motion before in different ways. But anyway, I think it's a ridiculous thing to do at the moment because I think everything's working very well with the three former councils. I haven't got any Churchillian quotes to go with this, but basically it's something we've already been through, and we've already voted on similar motions before. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hewson. Anybody else like to speak? Councillor
I'll speak against. I feel that this has come back again. It seems to come back in similar formats every few months. And my initial reaction to it was it seems to be, I read the background in the summary, and it seems to undermine council. And I would read that as, if you read from such debate remains fueled by a raft of issues that have existed since the creation of the Hilltops Council, which happened in 2016. We have a range of issues, for example, declining service levels, reduced customer service experience, dramatically increased costs and poor financial performance, et cetera, et cetera. To me, that says that this is, it undermines all the hard work that we all sit here month in, mark out, and do on a daily basis for our community. So I feel that our general manager, our staff, our ground staff, we councillors, we all are working hard with the goal of becoming a leading Hilltops region. I would like to see us as a region that is a shining light and people look up to us in our achievements. I don't want to always feel like this keeps coming back, undermining.
We can deal with it and just put it to the vote once and for all.
Our good work. Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Yeah. So, and I also look at it and I think, we have to be mindful of how we all speak, well, not speak, but how we all approach these issues. It was only last week that we had a no to the community reference group from certain councillors, and now this week we are happy to take this out to the public. So I don't know. I think there's a bit of pick and choosing going on there with what we want to.
We agree.
Yeah. So I just think
you converted me.
We decided to support you.
Thank you. Councillor Foreman has the right to speak without interruption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not.
Did you have a question?
Thank you. Councillors, all of councillors. Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that was really it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stedmiller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just clear my throat again. I'd like to commend Councillor Armstrong on taking some of Churchill's advice. Courage is what it takes to stand up and speak. Courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen. He did sit down and do nothing in the previous term of council for 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you, councillors.
Madam Mayor, you just
addressing the issue. Just a moment. I am speaking. Thank you. Thank you.
We can't have double standards.
Remember the rules. Thank you, Councillor Stedmiller. We are addressing the issue, not people, not personality. So we're addressing the issue. Thank you.
I'm trying to. There's a quote in there from Churchill that's been put in there specifically by Councillor Armstrong. It's part of the business paper. You just said Councillor Foreman could be afforded the right to speak. Can I continue?
Yes, you may now. Thank you.
Okay. So, anyway, Churchill wasn't particularly good in all of his military exploits, including at Gallipoli. He was rather disastrous. But be that as it may, I couldn't agree more that after 5 years, Councillor Armstrong has decided to back something that I backed in the previous term of local government at Hilltops and put this up, and it should get up. It is the most talked about question out there that we never got a say, and we should have a say, and we need to be fearless in asking the question, to quote Councillor Armstrong. I just think it puts it to bed once and for all, and it gets it out of the way. We know how the public think. Councillors have of late been expressing their desire to hear what the public want to say and what they think, and to not give them this opportunity here just screams of hypocrisy, I suppose. And we need to be fair dinkum why we were elected. We weren't elected just for the representation of Hilltops. We were elected to represent the ratepayers and residents of Hilltops, and we haven't been able to achieve that since the proclamation. This gives us a chance to find out what they want and then either follow that through or not, and deal with the consequences. So I support Councillor Armstrong's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We've actually had 3 for and 2 against. I think it's time to put it to the vote. Right of reply before we do. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think that there's still confusion about this. This is not a decision. Any decision to demerge, to take action, would not be taken by this council. It's not a decision for this council. It'd be a decision for the next council. We're already committed to a constitutional referendum. Council has just supported that. Here's an opportunity at the same time to engage community settlement. Now, we can all have anecdotal feelings in regards to this, but the reality is, if you look at the community's feelings towards council, we're going to ask them for a big rate increase shortly because of financial issues. Now, we're not undermining anything. That's a fact. The general fund loss over the last, since inception, is greater than $50 million. Sorry, the net loss is greater than $50 million. General fund loss is significantly higher than that. Have a look in your financial reports and you'll see that. There's no disputing it. I'm not saying that we're making a decision based upon that now. The community's going to have to make that decision. If you don't want to give the community that opportunity to make the decision, when you're already giving them an opportunity to make a decision in regards to the reduction of the number of councillors or change the number of councillors, it just doesn't make sense to me at all. You won't be asked to do anything about it in this current term of council. The next council will be given the option to decide whether they want to do something about it or not. But to never ask the question means that you deny that council and those councillors that opportunity. And if you think that's fair, then I believe that's un-Australian. I really do. And I agree with Councillor Stattmiller that perhaps Winston Churchill wasn't the greatest military tactician, but at the end of the day, people still listen to what he had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. All right. We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Stattmiller.
Those against?
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Hewson, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd. Lost.
What a bunch of hypocrites.
It's lost.
Hey, Councillor Hewson, round of figures.
Councillor Ingram.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Hewson had a comment to make to me. I was just replying to the comment. I thought it was a question.
Well, can I suggest that both of you just remember where we are? We are in a meeting. We're in a public meeting. All right?
Yeah, never used to be like this.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Madam Mayor,
All right, we're back to 12:19. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll have to excuse myself from the meeting. I note the questions I asked at the previous meeting still, which date back to April. None of them have still been answered, but excuse me, I'll have to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Flannery.
Okay.
All right. We're back to
22.212 Water Compliance Act.
Can you just put the page
It's page 455 of the agendas. We're back to 12.19-22-212 Water Management Act Compliance. Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. General Manager. All right, we have in front of us the recommendation that we receive and note the report and that undertake an investigation regarding water access licences and works approvals as required. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hewson. All right. Any questions, queries, Councillor Foreman?
No, I welcome this water management. It'd be very much needed.
Thank you. Councillor Dodd.
Yeah, I have a question. I noticed that the Burra we were over. The Burra we bores, sorry, we were over, but the Burra we're under. And I'm just wondering if that will happen again and what's going to stop it happening again. And I guess where the water in Burra comes from and how you decide which water body to use.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the raw water source for Burra is the Burra weir. That is the water that is extracted from the river upstream of the weir. And the bores are used to supplement the quality of the water coming down the weir. So when we have high water and wet weather events, the water is very turbid. It becomes very difficult to treat, and it also reduces our production capability. The two bores that we use to supplement the water do have high salinity in them. So we actually do blend the water to ensure that the water that we produce and put into the pipes is as per the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines and is fit for human consumption. The extraction of the bores, we did go slightly over because we were not monitoring them in terms of online monitoring. We are busy putting in online monitors at the moment, and that was a new requirement from the national regulator that we need to comply with a new reporting timeframe, and that became apparent when we did that. And the online monitoring now will provide us with the information prior to that, but it was extracted to blend with the existing water source.
So it's actually more of a problem in wet years than dry years because it's to counteract if the water, if there's too much water flow, if the water's too turbid, that's when you use the other bore.
As we still need to manage very carefully the use of the bores because during dry years we need to actually supplement more water, and it makes the water quality challenging as well because of the source water being a slightly higher salinity in it. So we would need to manage that extraction in dry years anyway, and we are actually busy with a big program around operation of that boil water treatment plant to deal with the issues that we face with the raw water quality source.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further
question.
Yes, Councillor Armstrong.
Just in regard to the bore at the young sale yards hasn't been used for many years. Certainly since the sale yards have been closed, it hasn't been used, and prior to that, it wasn't used for some period of time. The Gus Smith Oval bore, I don't think, has been used since it was identified that this salty water was killing the turf wickets. I'm just wondering whether there's opportunity to transfer those to decommission those two bores, provided they're not in use, and to transfer the licences to the Cable and Jackie Weir, and or I suppose it's a different aquifer. There wouldn't be an opportunity to transfer it back through to Bora, would there?
What is the purpose of the item B? The recommendation is that we continue our further investigation. Water licenses, once you have them, you really want to keep that because that gives you the license to abstract the water. However, we are constrained in terms of transferring from one to the other as long as it's the same source. So as long as it's from the same aquifer, etc. And that's part of the investigation we will undertake and as part of this whole process.
Thank you, Director. If there are no more questions.
Just a question to the Director.
Yes, Councillor Harden.
If we decommission these bores that Councillor Alton was talking about, is it going to cost us $28,000?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the budget figure that was provided in the previous paper with the Brewery water supply is approximately $10,000 per bore. If there is a need to decommission those bores, we would certainly, in the paper presented to Council, provide the costs that are going to be required to decommission that. As again, as I said, we do need to go back to the regulator and advise them how we intend to decommission those bores, and they have to approve of that process.
Okay, thank you. If no more questions, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. The next one is the Works Report, 23...
213.
213.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and second. Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions. First one, we have an update on where we are with the design for the upgrade for Rockdale Road, and also in the pipeline is the work to be done on Crisp Lane at Brewery. I note in the business paper it makes comment that work was done on Shorts Crossing. Crisp Lane was the road that was requested out there side by side, so I'd like to have thought they would have been done well in the same area, but that'll do for just the first one. Touch on those.
Through Madam Rockdale Road, the design is 95% complete. Once the design is complete, we will obviously keep it with us so that we have a design when we have funding available for that. So it is practically there. There's a final peer review that's happening on that design as we speak. In regards to Crisp Lane there has been work done on that. In fact, the operations manager and myself were out there this afternoon. We did speak to some of the locals. We have done what we possibly could do on that road. The road is still very wet in some areas, and we are continuing to do some work. And it is not on the works report because that work has been conducted after the report had to be due.
Thank you for that. Second comment is in regard to the gravel reshooting. I noticed that there's been a couple of lengthy areas done, Blackney Creek Road and Kenny's Creek Road, 8 kilometres all up. Given that later on in the report, when we talk about the cost of gravel and cost of reshooting, there's some items there, the first 3, cost of winning gravel, cost of royalties, cost of maintaining the quarry as per regulators' requirement. That's pretty standard. So for every tonne that comes out, there should be a set amount that would cost. So working out what gravel reshooting per kilometre per job shouldn't be that hard. So seeing that that's been done, do we have a costing of that 8 kilometres that's been done already in that area?
No, through those costings have all been put together, and we have to wait for the financials before we can give those costs. So we will be able to provide them once the financial statements have been finalised.
Okay, well, my next statement will be then, given that we're getting updated reports every month now on what's been done, if we can get some costing to go with it. We talked about Tech 1 a moment ago, and Council was just talking about how well, left around right, how well Council's going, but we can't manage to even cost jobs yet. Here we are, and we can't cost jobs. Staff, again, I commend you, hard work, all the work you do. The job's just too big. I know that. I just can't get enough people to understand that. And that's why you can't bring these costings and these reports back to us. What I'd like to know, and what I will note is, my pet every month, there's 8 kilometres of gravel reshooting being done in the former Borough area, which is allocated $190,000, and you can all write it down if you like. The last costings that were provided to me when I asked questions about what was left in the young gravel reshooting fund equated to the 7 kilometres we did, costing $23,000 a kilometre. So if you want to use that costings, there's $170,000 been spent out of Boorloo's gravel allocation, reshooting allocation in the first month. So I'll just put everyone on notice. Everything that comes back to council in the next 11 months in regard to gravel reshooting want to be documented, please, with exactly where the funds are coming from. And I'll talk about it later in the questions that haven't still been answered. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Everyone's on the same page. We all understand what all the marketing for. As long as we know, so we don't get to 6 months' time and I have to bring up and say, where's that funding come from? Because as in previous years, it's come from other allocations. So that's very good. And the last thing for me in the works report, Director, is you contacted me to go for a drive after our last meeting in regard to some of the entrances to our community. And I must say how disappointing it is this afternoon. I drive out Millwall Road from the Young sign in, where we looked at the disgrace on the left-hand side and nothing's changed. Still the same old disgrace and half the tree falling down laying there. Is there a timeline when that might be looked at to be done?
Through Madam Mayor, the works of the fallen trees and that should be done within the month. So that should be done. The secondary part in terms of additional capital works that needs to happen.
Maintenance. Work. We'll go back a step, Director. We'll get this correct.
Yep.
That would be maintenance work, the same as it is for the other communities. It will be slashed and mowed to the same standard as done elsewhere. That's all I'm asking for. Nothing special.
Yep.
We'll check in next month on that one then.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Any more questions? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just take the Director back to her comments in regards to the costs for the gravel road reshooting that Councillor Ingram spoke about. She said she couldn't provide the cost until the financial statements were done. These are costs for the period first the
Point of order, Madam Mayor. We're getting personal with staff. Point of order.
No, it wasn't personal with staff at all.
Oh, well, I certainly hope it wouldn't be.
That was just a clarification because this report we're looking at here.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. A point of order?
Well, Madam Mayor, you ought to deliberate on whether it's a point of order or not, or move on, whether it was personal against a staff member.
I think it was asking for the information.
I was asking for clarification.
Clarification, yes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, you could continue.
No, but in saying that, I think we have to be very careful about that we make sure that our discussion is based on the paper and that the implication isn't there that it is a personal attack. So I just would like to remind everybody just to be for the language that we use and how we use it.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much for that clarification.
Yeah.
For the benefit of Councillor Stattmiller, I was not asking anything other than the clarification of the statement. But perhaps if he attended a few more council meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Armstrong.
Point of order is picking on poor Councillor Stattmiller.
Oh, yes. Very, very sorry.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Thank you,
Madam Mayor. The costs. I don't understand how we can do 4.7 kilometres of gravel reshooting and then go back over and grade a kilometre of a road that's just been gravel reshooted when it's only 4.7 kilometres long, and not know how much we're going to spend because we're doing something twice. For the life of me, I don't understand that. So I'd have to ask, can we please get at the next council meeting a summary of those expenses for that Flakeney Creek roadworks, because clearly it's only 4.7 k's long. We've done 4.7 k's of gravel reshooting and then graded another kilometre of it. So we've done something twice, perhaps. I don't understand it, and I'm interested to know what sort of costs we'd be incurring in doing that. The other thing I'd be interested in is, and I thank the director for providing the schedule for gravel resheeting for Hilltops, gravel roads. But can we please get the lengths to be resheeted on those roads? Because to simply say that Malara Road is going to be resheeted in April 24 may create an expectation that the whole of the road is going to be done. So if we can get those in there for next meeting, that'd be great.
That can occur, Councillor Armstrong. We've seen that happen. 12 kilometres, entire road.
I know that, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Inglewood. Thank you. Okay. You've taken note, and if there are no further questions, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, we're up to, and before we go on to the next one, as Mayor, I would just like to remind everybody of the courtesy that should take place in any meeting, and certainly in our public council meeting. Thank you. So let's go on to 1223-214, which is natural disaster events.
Can I just ask one more question of the director?
No, we've gone past that. We've moved on. Thank you, Councillor Piper. We're up to natural disaster events update. And we can see the recommendation to receive the report. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. And a seconder?
I'll second it with a question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stadmiller.
Madam Mayor, I put in some of my questions on notice a particular piece of infrastructure in the Cunningar area, which has been alerted to me by a resident. I don't know exactly how many months the guardrail has not been fixed in the ground and has been hanging in the air, but it certainly needs some urgent works. The residents worried that people coming over the railway line there during harvest, abating tracks and then going down over that creek, may hit that guardrail and end up in the creek there. I've got photos which I've sent through to all the councillors. I don't know when it's going to get dealt with, but I believe it was part of the natural disasters that occurred up to 6, 9 or 12 months ago when we had huge downpours, and something needs to happen as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Director?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that particular causeway that is on Cunningar Road as well. As per the paper, the natural disasters, we are allowed to do emergency works, which is immediate, and that's more just about making the road safe, taking a tree off it, etc. And that happens generally within 24 hours or as soon as the road is safe to access and to do those works. The next is the immediate reconstruction works, and both immediate reconstruction works and the second category means that we need Transport for New South Wales approval of doing those works. It can only happen once a natural disaster is declared, and I believe that area was declared post the event. And when we need to get approval from Transport for New South Wales, we've done our application. We've told them that needs to happen. It's a similar process we had to follow for Barwon Creek. That work had been approved by Transport, and then we were able to undertake the work. Otherwise, Council needs to fund it all completely and not be reimbursed. So we are waiting for Transport for New South Wales to approve that work that we have provided to them, and as soon as we have that, we can put it into a newsletter or something to say that we have got that approval from Transport for New South Wales to conduct the works required to make that area, to reconstruct that area.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions.
There is just one.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
I don't know whether it's totally relevant, but in terms of natural disaster events, is it council's responsibility to clear undergrowth from tree sides on, for example, travelling stock routes? Is that, I don't know whether it's a relevant question. It's not not relevant or not our job?
No, not done.
It's not our remit.
Thank you.
No. All right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, let's move on to here we go.
Page 484,
Yep.
12.2223/215.
Correspondence for information. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dodd. All those in favour? Okay, thank you. Unanimous. We'll move on to 23-216, committee reports requiring no action. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman. A seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald. All those in favour?
Question in regard to one vote.
Is this before the vote or after?
This is before the vote. The light came on. The light was on before the vote. The second one, exciting changes to the Cherry Festival competition. I just noted that there's been a reduction in the funds coming back to council to actually pay for the Cherry Festival. I'm just wondering what that means for council in terms of the funding arrangements, because the original 50-50 split was 50% to pay for the Cherry Festival, 50% for the charities, and now the 70-30 means that council has just increased its operating costs because we can't count that revenue. I'm just
through you, Madam Mayor. The whole competition needed to be revamped because we weren't getting enough entrance into the competition. I don't believe it was 50-50. I believe it was 60-40. So that's originally, but it's gone to 60-40 and now 70-30. So that was the feedback after each event. We get feedback from the entrants. That was one of the things that they thought was a deterrent, as was having the charity King, Queen or Ambassador as one of the, titles. So it's now gone to one title and it's less of a split. It's hard to say what the financial implication to council would be because every year, depending on how much is raised, it's a different amount.
But it's nevertheless its income. It comes back into offset councils.
So from last year, it's
operating.
Reduced 10%. Yes, correct. We've also increased sponsorship, and the sponsorship packages have gone up in price. So I would assume that we will cover that, but we can come back to you with.
It'll be interesting to see. That's all. I'm just concerned that there's always an expectation council's going to pick up the bill, and in the current financial situation for council, I don't think picking up the bill is always going to be an option available for us.
Another question. An answer.
Just to Councillor Armstrong. Also, too, the entrants all kept saying that they like to have their charity receive more funding. So it was mainly because we took into consideration that we did want the charities to receive more funding. So that's where the I guess over the last few years
council was one of the charities, I can assure you of that.
Yeah, well, but when they're doing their hard fundraising, they wanted more to go to their personal charity, which we felt was fair. So,
okay. Well, we had the vote on it. So let's go to 23-217, and that's the action summary report.
Move with a question.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and a seconder. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I know I might be going to order here too. I'm not too sure. It's not really included in the action report, but I'm just wondering, it's been a while since I've seen any update through to you, Mr. General Manager, in regard to the 6-point plan that was spread to the world in October 21. And where we're up to on that and what's happening, given some of the recommendations and that have gone through council recently, one in regard to the SRV, but starting off with staff recruitment numbers, and you did a restructure. I'll go through them. You can answer one at a time if you like. I'd like to know how your restructure has went as far as numbers. The second point was to cut down on consultant and contractors, and I know that's gone up by a lot of zeros in the time, but let me know how that's going. And you were looking to talk to the unions and everyone and have a reduction in the total employment costs. And going on the financials, we were shown that's failed. Discuss with the community the levels of service, etc. It was in October 21. Well, councillors haven't got that yet, so I don't know if the community's got any of it. But you take your answer on that. Another point was to appraise and have a look at the possibility of selling assets. And unless I've missed something, I haven't seen any happening in that area either, except we had an asset that was wanted to be bought, but we can't even provide a valuer to have a look at it. So, but Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Actually, 5 of the 6 items have been fulfilled as far as the resolution is concerned. In relation to
just a point clarification for me.
I'll go through how I make that statement. I'm sorry, Councillor. I won't leave you there. That would be remiss. With the staff freeze while the organisational restructure was done, that occurred while the restructure was happening. At the time, there was, and I presented the paper where there was 269 positions. That restructure was restructured to 242 positions. I think there was 5 bona fide redundancies. I think 3 of those were rejection. They rejected moving to other vacant positions. So 2 of those were part of that structure. I remind councillors that there was 229 staff employed at amalgamation date. In the Harden report, there was noted 8 vacancies. So the 237 positions was 242, and that was over some 5 years. So there's an increase of 5 employees to the restructured amount. I do note that during that time, there was, at some point, there was a report that I read that there was over 300 employees at some point. So that is the restructure. In relation to consultants and contractors, the stipulation there was we are only using those where we do not have the internal expertise or the level of resource to do them. And so we have curtailed the use of contractors and consultants where we can. That is predicated on our ability to engage full-time people in those professional positions. C was in relation to that whole process being done through workplace change, which I believe from memory was clause 42 of the local government state award. It was 2020 at the time, it's now 2023. That was done in adherence to that whole restructure, and unions and staff were appropriately consulted during that time. The level of service is to begin discussions with the community, and certainly a survey has now gone out in relation to the levels of service. In relation to assets, which is E, we are working on getting that table together. I do note your comment in relation to how long it takes to get a valuer. I understand now, Mr. CFO, can you enlighten us on where that valuation for that one example of the property is at?
Yes, General Manager, yes, I can. Since the last meeting, a valuer was engaged, who I think I mentioned at the time was on leave, and I'm just waiting on his report. And he's been in, and he's actually, I think he visited the property about 2 weeks ago, and as I say, last week when I checked, I was just waiting on his report. So as soon as that's available, I'll be able to provide that to council.
Thank you, Mr. CFO. And that, as I said, it's still an outstanding point on the action summary sheet. E is still in progress. It has not been completed. F of the 6 points was the urgent consideration of a potential application for an SRV, and that is well in play now as we've started that consultation in relation to the consideration of the application.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager, for that response. So, staff recruitment, staff restructure, you said your numbers there. Consultants and contractors, that's a fail. We're spending more money on contractors and consultants than we were before. Just that I'm going on what was in the plan, was to spend less. We're now spending a whole lot more money on consultants and contractors. We haven't had any reduction in the total employment costs. October 21, discuss levels of service with the community. We haven't done that yet. Sell assets, another fail. We haven't done that yet. 2 years. And SRV, 2 years. So I don't know if that any parts of that plan in October 21 has actually done anything significant to help the bottom line of Hilltops Council. Thank you for your reply.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. If there's nothing further, I will put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to 23.
No, that was
18.
Yeah.
Questions with note.
Yes, that's it.
218, questions on notice. And the recommendation is there. Receive note the report. Do I have a mover?
I'll move it with some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Stadmiller. Okay, Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh, here we go again. I'll try and keep it brief, and hopefully notes can be taken as to what the questions that I've been asking were, because we're having some trouble getting some answers now. I understand it's a bit more laid out this time around, but it basically says the same thing. It's still telling me that we use maintenance funding to do capital works. Mr. General Manager, just on that single point, can you clarify to me if we're allowed to use maintenance funds for capital works?
No.
Thank you very much. I'll take that on board. It's on record. That was the answer given to me here on one of the questions. My next question was about the funding, and we all know that the gravel reshooting program that was done in 32 odd kilometres in the Bordera Council area with no allocated funding. So I was told it came from emergency funding, and now with this paper, I'm told natural disaster events. And then there's a little graph here that shows emergency funding, but it doesn't really show me anything for 22-23. It's with August and September 2022 and March 23 there, but there's no numbers. My question was to how much funding we got for those disaster funding and where the money was spent. Now, second by question, that it looks like every time we get some funding for these works that we co-contribute the best part of $100,000. So take that on board. 100,000 and whatever spent is council money. So my question was, how much of the gravel reshooting that was done in that area was done from these funds? How much did we receive for that funding? How much was spent on those roads? Given the costings that we've been given in regard to gravel reshooting in the other areas in our Hilltops Shire, and also being told that it was more expensive in the Bordera Shire former Bordera Shire, because of the travel and the distance, and that makes sense. We're talking about could be $450,000 to $500,000, not $400,000 or $500,000, not $4,000 or $5,000. Best part of $500,000 going on the costings that we've been given for gravel reshooting in the other areas. I think choose my words. I'm at a lecture tonight, so we'll just choose the words carefully. It's disappointing, as hard as staff work, that they still can't bring costings back to councillors when they're asked for costings on jobs. The part about the gravel reshooting as mentioned before, it wasn't done like it was done in the other areas, 50 metres, 100 metres, 200 metres. It was 12 kilometres on one, 8 on another one. And it's been done all that time ago, and now they tell me they can't give me the costings till we get the financial statements in. So it trickles back to Tech 1 a little bit. How come we, at this stage in our game, we still can't tell councillors or let our community know where the money's going? It just seems to be one big bucket and everything's come out of one, and it's not right. And I'll keep asking the questions till I can respond to the community that are asking me about where the funding came from to do that best part of $500,000 worth of works. The second part to that question is, how much of that same funding was spent on other roads in other areas of the council area? So you're telling me all the work done over there was done out of that emergency funding. How much work was done elsewhere with that emergency funding? And how much was spent and where? And how much did we get? Now, help me. Transport New South Wales is reviewing. So we don't know yet whether we're going to get that money. We're preparing submissions. It's been paid for. So you're telling me, I don't know where it's come out of, the big bucket, have it done, and we're hoping to get it repaid. Is that how it works? When will we be able to sit down to council and say, that's how much we got under that disaster funding? And there you go, councillors, that's where it was spent. Is that day ever likely to loom, please? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the disaster funding, how it works is pretty much like a bridge. So you will see in the table that was provided in the report, and the table was provided to try and give some clarity, and obviously I need to just maybe put some clarification and narrative around that table. When a natural disaster is declared, and a natural disaster can only be declared if a number of councils have been affected by the same event, and that total value needs to exceed $250,000. That's for the event, and the number of councils varies depending on the event. And you'll see that each of those events that are on the table of page 497 has an events number. And that events number says, this is the event that you book it against. The first item that we do is the emergency works. That's what I refer to as the 24 hours, 48 hours, up to 3 months, depending on access to that area. That is just to make it safe. And then the next column that you'll see there is the number of damages. So the number of damages relates to particular points on the road network. In other words, every single road has got a chainage number. And that chainage number is attached to the event, and it is attached to the money that is for that chainage number. We cannot allocate any money other than the money that is attached to that chainage of the road. And the total amount of the event, and those numbers that you see there, are numbers that Transport for New South Wales has reviewed our submissions. The emergency money is immediately expended because we have to get it. We can then immediately claim it back once Transport for New South Wales approves that that has happened. The further money, which is the approved amount that you see there of $648,000 in the first line item there for AGRN number 923, that is, we go and we say, this is what we estimate to be the cost to do the work. We need to do the work and then claim it back from Transport for New South Wales. We don't get money in the bank first. We have to do the work to repair the road. We can't leave the road as it is. We have to reconstruct, like, for example, Balwyn Creek. We had to do significant works. We had to physically reconstruct that road. And once we've done that work, then we can claim back. We try and do the claiming as we complete the work. So temporarily, we would resource the works from our capital budget. And when we got an AGRN number, we then put a line item in the capital works budget, and we expend against that and claim it back. Like when we build a bridge, we build the bridge and we claim the money back. That's how the disaster fund works.
Thank you for that. The only problem is with all that, it just doesn't answer the question that I've been asking in regard to how much did we receive. So we don't know yet how much we were going to receive for August 2022. I'm only talking about 2022, 2023.
We receive the money as we put in the claims, and we get.
So,
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor.
Yep. So, well, the day's still coming when we find out how much we received and where the money was spent. And as you said, each road's got a number item. It shouldn't be that hard to present to councillors then where that funding went and how much that money was spent there, because then that relates back to the $100,000 of council money. If that entire amount of that money was spent on that section there, that means $100,000 of council chipped in, it's gone with it too. Now, I'm talking about we want to be hilltops, we want to be fair, we want to be equal. All I'm asking for is the costings, so we know where the money went, where it came from. We know it was done at gravel reshooting. So if we can just be provided with how much money we got for those events, where it was spent, and the amount that was spent on the reshooting of the works in the former Burrawa Shire, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Stadmiller, did you want to ask a question?
Oh, just before we go off that, sorry. Mr. General Manager, given that your answer to my initial question was no, and it shouldn't happen, are you taking the appropriate steps to make sure that it doesn't occur again? Or does it need to be reported further along?
Your question was, should maintenance money be spent on capital?
Yep.
My understanding was we didn't spend maintenance money on capital. You made an inference before that it was. I'll ask the director to explain the comment made that you're referring to. Can you refer to the
It says scheduled maintenance here. In the report, it was gravel reshooting. So if you're going to say I misquoted, I only read what was written. It was listed down as gravel reshooting, and then I'm told that it comes from the operation program. Now, reshooting is capital works. This is maintenance. The two should never cross. It said in the last month's report, the answer was the same. I called on it then, it was said then, and tonight, same answer. It should not happen. So why? Scheduled maintenance. It wasn't reported as scheduled maintenance. It was reported as gravel reshooting.
So my understanding was gravel shooting was maintenance, but I've deferred.
Gravel reshooting is capital work.
Thank you.
And when we do grading is scheduled maintenance. They are two very distinct and separate things. And when we talk about, for example, Coringal Lane, we did do some grading there. That was maintenance. That came from the operational budget. But then when we had the storm event, we did do some work on Coringal Lane, which included reshooting. That reshooting is part of the storm damage event, and that will be claimed under the storm damage.
So it will be claimed under capital.
It will be claimed. It will be
capitalised.
It will be claimed and capitalised.
I'm sorry.
But the storm events will include a combination of operational costs as well as capital costs, depending on what the event required, and that is per change on the road.
Okay, thank you, Director, for that answer. Councillor Stadmiller, did you want to ask a question on this one or wait to your questions?
Which question? One of Councillor Ingram's or?
Yes. I thought you had your hand up, that's all.
No, sorry, I didn't have my hand up for that.
Okay, right. So we'll do this and then we'll move on to yours. Okay, so I'll put this to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to 23219. We're up to there. And these are requests for information. And do I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Stadmiller?
Yeah.
Moving, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Piper. Councillor Stadmiller?
Madam Mayor, I'm a little bit confused. I don't seem to, maybe I'm not communicating myself well enough, but I don't seem to be getting answers that I'm after. I asked what is the current cost to date of the purchase, implementation and licensing of Tech 1, but I can't find it. So the answer wasn't provided. I along with a few other weird and wonderful things, I'll just have to talk with the General Manager in his office after the meeting as to why answers have been sort of given the way they have. Another example was regarding how many OHS or WHS breaches have there been at Council since the proclamation of Hilltops Council? This includes vehicles, crashes or written off personal injuries. The response was, to our knowledge, Hilltops Council has not received any penalties for WHS breaches. I didn't ask whether they'd received any penalties, so I said how many breaches had there been. It also says we're also unaware of any vehicle incidents related to a lack of personnel. Well, that wasn't what I asked. I didn't ask whether incidents occurred due to lack of personnel. I just asked if vehicles had been crashed or written off, which I'm aware that there has. So, very confused. Same old story, though. So I suppose I'll just keep asking the questions like Councillor Ingram. It's in black and white there, and let's move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stedmiller. I will put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Now we move on to 23-220, investigation of the Hilltops naming policy. Councillor Foreman for moving this motion and a seconder. Councillor Houston, did you have your hand up just then? I thought you did. Councillor Houston. Okay, thank you.
Right, I've just put this motion forward because as we've been aware of, Lake Council has had numerous requests for naming, such as the bridge at Murrumburra, the road naming in Burrows Donahue Estate, even though it was taken off the agenda tonight, the Harden Racecourse building. So I think it's time we thought about having a policy which will provide guidance for community members seeking to obtain a name and will aid council in making naming decisions, and it is also good governance. I took a look at the Geographical Names Board for New South Wales, and it states names are important for many reasons, including emergency services, economic development, preserving history and creating community. There are no financial implications around this. This can be achieved within the council's resources. If this does get voted to have a look, the next stage would be a scoping paper that would come back to council, which is my understanding. So I just feel that it's probably important to have a look. It would just, like I've stated, it'd be good governance and would just help people around making decisions when it comes to naming and what guidelines we have. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foreman. Any more discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? I think it's unanimous. Thank you. Now we move, I think, into close. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Second by Councillor Dodd.
All those in favour?
All right, I think we only have...
One item.
We'll just wait for councillors. We'll wait for councillors.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I understand we now live. In confidential report 15.2 23/224 award of contract RFQ 000012 supply and delivery of 3 waste compaction trailers. Council resolved to receive and note the report on the request for quote supply and delivery of 3 waste compaction trailers. B, approve the purchase of 3 waste compaction trailers from the successful respondent, and C, delegate authority to the General Manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with this purchase and expend funds as required within current budgets. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. GM. And that concludes our ordinary meeting for the month at 8:45. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, as always, for the work that you do, and thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody.
You were there.
Oh, yes, and thank you, Yvette.